Um,
Hello, check, check. Hello, 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 check, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 hello.
तो उनका वेरिफिकेशन करेंगे ना और इस सर्टिफिकेट भी आपको देना है तो फ्री आप रखो उसके लिए ना इस तरीके का एक फोल्डर लेंगे इससे अपनी रख के देती है यही रख लो आप मैं दूसरी बाकी लोग आप बस मार्केटिंग
साइड वाले पता होगा मुझे
Good morning, respected chief guest of the day, Miss Lavanya Rao, Mr. Somajit Chaudhary, Miss Moromi, Miss Sai Madhavi, my dear colleagues, uh, and all the participants. A warm welcome to all to the third day of our enriching session. I wish you all are refreshed and ready for another day of thought provoking sessions. Before that, let us learn more about our dynamic experts of the day, Ms. Lavanya Rao and Mr. Somajit Chaudhary. Ms. Lavanya Rao, a seasoned learning experience architect with an with a rich experience of 16 years in crafting effective learning solutions. Hyderabad based, she has an expertise in reshaping learners' experience in different functions. Her area of expertise include instructional design and development, project management, gamification, and creation of interesting content. She has a track record of designing and delivering end to end learning solutions, team management, and stakeholder collaborations for driving organizational achievement. Her ability includes creating various training formats such as WBT, ILT, and VILT courses and leveraging LMS administration and multiple authoring tools. We are privileged to have you here to share your vast knowledge and experience with us, ma'am. We are also pleased to introduce Mr. Somijit Chaudhary, an experienced teacher and learning consultant with a wide 10-year educational and training background. Based in, based in Hyderabad, he has a mixed professional experience of 23 years, spanning sales, customer service, training, running businesses, and teams across culture. He is committed to empower teachers and improving learners' ability. His areas of expertise are teacher training, teaching languages, business consultancy, coaching, mentoring, and e-learning design and delivery. His role is also to assist students in achieving good communication skills and overall performance. We welcome you here, sir. A well managed classroom is a fertile ground for growth. Today, Ms. Lavanya Rao and Mr. Somajit Chaudhary will guide us through the essential techniques for creating an organized and positive environment where every student can flourish, starting with effective classroom organization. Let us give a warm welcome to Ms. Lavanya and Mr. Somajit Chaudhary. I request sir and ma'am to please continue with the session. Hi, good morning. The last, so tell me why the last benchers have chosen the last benches. Is anybody here sitting in this session right now who is a little skeptical about the last benchers, the back benchers? See, we can do this session in two ways. How many of you have watched DD News? Any experience of turning on DD News? I could be that. Without emotion, without expression, without any empathy. And how many of you watch the other news channels where people say, "Chain se sona hai to jaag jao," where people are not clear whether you have to sleep or wake up? I could do both, this and that. Which one would you choose? People who are interested in me becoming a DD News anchor, please put your hands up. Cheating hai ye to. Now, how many of you would want me to be a little interactive and chatty and be nice to you? That's it. The hands I do not see going up, I'll be really, really bad to you. So decide and tell me whether you want. There is no midway, ma'am. You can't say this. Either option one or two. Which one? Shall we go with option number two? Lock kar diya jaye? All right. Thank you so much for a beautiful picture of mine. Even though I sent it, you guys did not pixelate it. Thank you so much. My name is Lavanya. Apart from all the nice description that she has given, let me tell you all a little about me. I just have a corporate experience of 16 years into the training and development, which we also call as learning and development. What I do is train, create, deploy, develop content, which also include adult learning methodologies. So that's the only reason Sam brought me here. And also he just bribed me saying that Bhopal is a nice place, which is also called Lakes of, sorry, City of Lakes. Did I say it correctly? Correct? Okay. So today and tomorrow, what we would be discussing is, I know he has given me some boring topic that is classroom management. I'll try my best to make it very exciting. And the second,
We'll also be learning about different approaches which you could bring to your classroom to make your learners feel good about you. What was your first impression when I walked into the class or when I just entered? Thank you, sir. I didn't expect that. Okay, go on. I'll tell you why am I asking this question. Though this question is a little personal, I'll tell you why I'm asking this. But you will have to tell me what was your first impression when you saw me. Nothing. आ गई चुड़ैल पढ़ाने के लिए. नहीं, कल यही बोलोगे, कल ये आंसर आ जाएगा कल शाम को. Something. उतना नहीं होता सर. So it no need not be. हाँ, be just yes. Now the session will start. So okay, finally somebody is on time. The session will start now. Yeah, because a session that would start on time would also, isn't it? Anything? My favorite batch, backbenchers. I'll send you the link where I bought this dress from. Huh. I'm sure by the end of the day, I'm going to meet my target of 10K steps a day. Nothing? When do you think your classroom actually began? When do you think your classroom or your session begins? When you turn your smart board on, when you turn your microphone on, or when you start speaking, when you start displaying your PPTs, when do you think your classroom begins? Huh? I like to both the answers. I like both the answers. One, the moment you enter the class, much before we enter the class. Thank you. हाँ? क्लास शुरू होना है सर. कब शुरू होता है? आप जब बात करोगे. You are surrounded by females, and the responses you are giving, they are not agreeing. So थोड़ा देख के संभाल के आंसर दिया कीजिए. हाँ. I want you still be present tomorrow in the class. Are you guys finding it really difficult to turn your necks when I'm going there? Yes? Okay. Sir, if I want. नहीं है तो भी वहां से दिखेगा नहीं. It's okay. हाँ ठीक दिखेगा नहीं. I know. So today we'll be talking about, as I mentioned, classroom management. Now from here I want the answers to be coming in. There are again 3 ways to respond. One, you respond voluntarily. 2, have you heard about popcorn method? Popcorn, which is also called as heart attack method. That is, I pick up one random student and I say, you answer the question now. I mean, popcorn pops, right? So that's why we call it as a popcorn method. In my terms, it is a heart attack method because we don't know whom the teacher is going to point out. Which one? And the third is a linear one. For one particular chunk of a session, I'll pick my audience from here. I move on to the other for the second discussion. Then. Which one? Heart attack one. We have some medical care here. Ready? Okay. What do we understand by the word classroom management? Keeping the students engaged. Class control. Engaging them meaningfully. Okay. Now, please don't add engaging them meaningfully, beautifully, exceptionally. No. Cut it there. Move on to the next factor. Continuous interaction. Content. वो हमारा जॉब है तो करेंगे ना. Yes, sir. सोच के. Sorry. Managing the resources efficiently. Okay. Making it a two-way communication. Go on. Making teaching and learning more effective and engaging. Understanding the need of the students. Awesome. Yes, sir. Progressive interaction. I like the word. I'll come back to you. Explain it to me what it means. Okay, how many of you would agree if I say classroom management is nothing but managing the learning that happens in the classroom? Can I say a good classroom management would also lead to a better learning management in the class? It's just a part of that. We'll come to that. What is learning management? Ma'am, I'll come back to you. Huh? Learning management would include all of these. Learning needs, learner needs, making it interactive and engaging, and class control. Awesome. Okay, students understanding the concept also at the same time. Designing a strategy. Okay. In discipline. Underline it in bold red. Motivating and inspiring. I love the concept. I'll ask you one simple question now. How many kinds of students do you have in your class? How many the kinds of learners you have in the class? I agree with your answers. Active, dormant. क्या होता है वो? Virus. Okay, active learners, passive learners, and hyperactive learners, slow learners. Slow बोलते ही कितने लोग बोलने लगे देखो. And fast learners, slow and fast learners. Okay. Now I'll ask you another question. What do you think my learning style is? You have observed me for the last 20 minutes. What do you think my learning style is? That's my training style, my learning style. You have watched me for the last 10-20 minutes. Can you put me in one category of learners? If you think I'm active, let me give you the shock of your life. I've always been an outstanding student, standing outside the class. वही होता है outstanding. Ma'am, yes. I'm learning through interactions. Okay. In the interest of time, I'll give you the answers. There are 5 kinds of learners that we get to see, but in a regular or a normal classroom, we see 3 of them. One is auditory learners, the ones that learn when they listen to you. For them, they just need your voice. These are the people who would be interested in podcasts. These are the people who would be very much interested or very much active when you are conducting a Zoom session, a virtual classroom, when the cameras are off. You still hear some voices and responses coming from people. These are the people who are or who has a preferred learning style of auditory. Second is visual learners. These students learn when they see something. Have you ever experienced, could be in your student life or in your teaching life, if the teacher is covered or if you're not able to see, you just move around to see what she is saying or what he is doing. You will have to, some way or the other, you will have to make a way in order for you to see the face of the person who is speaking, right? These are visual learners. If you block their visibility, they can't learn, they zone out. Third come kinesthetic or kinesthetic learners, both. I just want to play safe with US and UK accent. I don't want somebody giving me a feedback, oh, we thought she'll be speaking in US accent, but she spoke UK. So kinesthetic and kinesthetic, both. Who are these? Yes, these are the people who like to experience by doing. Have you ever come across a student? You send them, you have you ever forgotten a chalk or a duster or something that you left in the staff room and you went to the class and you wanted that to be brought back? And there are always a couple of people who would volunteer, ma'am, मैं जाके लेके आता हूँ. वो जाते ही सीधा मगर आते हैं घूम के. I mean, when you walk to the staff room, it takes 1 minute, but it takes them 5 minutes to come back. Or they just say, or have you ever come across students who would say after every period they'll have to use washroom? And you're like, ab bhi to gaya tha. Have you ever come across? These are the people who cannot sit in their respective places for more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes के बाद इनका learning zone out हो जाता है. That is me. You saw me walking from here and there. I cannot stand constantly in one place for more than 5 minutes. मुझसे नहीं होता. I feel suffocated. And next come the people who also learn by touch and smell. When you go to your native places or when you visit your mom's place or your relative's place, was there a certain dish that is being made and it suddenly takes you back to some nostalgic moments? Or you remember somebody with their perfume they wear? These are the people who learn with this power of smell. And these people make one of the finest perfume makers or the cooks. Because they taste, they smell, they learn it that way. So let's not talk about people who smell and learn or touch and learn, but the other 3 kinds of people like auditory, visual, and kinesthetic learners. Do you think it's possible to address their learning needs in a classroom? Yes, no, maybe. Which one? I saw 2 thumbs going up. Yes? Okay. So what have we learned from this discussion? How many kinds of learners we have now? 3 predominant one. First one learns with. Second learns with. Third one learn from by doing something. Now, how many of us design our own lesson plans and curriculum or whatever you call them in your university? lesson plan करते हैं हम लोग lesson planning. You don't have to show it to me. After going back, just spend some 15 to 20 minutes, pick any lesson that you have designed, and see if you have really met the learning needs of these three kinds of people in your classroom. Is there something in your lesson plan that makes your students listen to you? Is there something in your lesson plan that helps your visual learners? Is there something in your lesson plan that includes kinesthetic learners that enables your students to move from one place to the other and satisfy their, this hunger of moving around? If not, the lesson plan needs to be changed. Homework lag raha hai na? Just spend 15 to 20 minutes. Pick up any lesson plan, any unit, just see what you are doing it. And once you have identified something, okay, from this, my auditory learners are met, their needs are met. Put it in a green. And I'll assure you, you can come back to me for a discussion tomorrow. Most of our lesson plans will get checked for auditory learners because we love to speak. Yes, it's my predominant learning style, but it's not my only learning style. Yes, so maybe I'm very much a kinesthetic learner, but you make me sit and watch a movie, I'll watch. Or if you make me sit and watch a video or a documentary, I'll do that as well. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But one is my predominant learning style. Out of these three, one is my predominant learning style. The other two will become my acquired learning styles because I'm forced to acquire that. I'm a kinesthetic learner. My teacher doesn't let me move around the class. So, what am I forced to do? I'm forced to change my learning style from kinesthetic to auditory, isn't it? And unless I do not change my learning style, I cannot thrive in the classroom. I cannot succeed in the classroom. So, what am I doing? I'm making changes to my natural learning style and acquiring a learning style that is not mine. For example, do I have any green tea lovers here in the classroom? People who love green tea. Thank you. And people who feel that green tea is nothing but just hot water in tea leaves. है ना? But my doctor suddenly told me you cannot have given in situation and put in situations. We also learn different styles. Clear?
Still, I love it. It's just hot water with leaves, but still, I love it. So, in a way, I agree with both the statements. So, there are actually other learners. There are some learners who agree with many multiple learning styles. I mean, comfortable. Multiple
Absolutely. We all have one. See, it's not like if I'm a kinesthetic learner, I will learn only when I'm made to move. I learn when it is auditory learners, auditory style. I will also learn when it is visual. But I learn more and better when I'm made to do things on my own. Some- That's the reason why I asked the question, what did you think about me when I entered the class? But what is the need for us to make good first impressions? And is it possible to make a good first impression every day? My student, you guys saw me today, right? Tomorrow, if I come back, sir, would you still feel wow? whose answer went unacknowledged. So I have to acknowledge his answer, right? And so you guys saw me today. Will you also feel the same excitement tomorrow? We should. Huh? But how do I create that great first impressions every day on day? I don't have a budget of buying new dresses. Hello, somebody said, I love your dress. I don't have a budget of buying new dresses every day. Then I'll trust me, I'll enter the same dashing way like this. आज नहीं लगा रहा तो मैं कल ऐसे करके आऊंगी. What is the biggest impression maker that you could wear every single day to your class? Thank you. You could smile when you are just putting your first step into the class, even though you just got blasted by your HOD, you had a conflict with your colleague, your spouse called and said, nothing doing, I have to talk to you after coming home, or your kid tells me, Mama, मैं playground में गिर गया हूँ, पापा मुझे आते वक्त snacks लेके आइए, whatever. But you will still have to have that smile when you get into the class. That's your first impression for that day. And trust me, you can do it every single day. It's not expensive. Is smiling expensive? To me, it doesn't cost a penny. Second, it's free. When the person opposite to you smiles, the person whom you're smiling at will automatically smile. Yes or no? If I'm smiling at you, can you tell me, I don't like your smile, move on? Can anyone say that? No, right? First is make a good first impressions. How many of you would agree when I say your students know it better when you're not prepared for the class? If I'm fumbling in this session, wouldn't you know that my trainer is not prepared? She has no subject knowledge or she doesn't understand what she's speaking. Would you or would you not? And how long would it take you? Because we are in the field of teaching for the last 15, 16, 20 years. We can take a look at you and we can tell you if you are. Bolo, complete the sentence. Yes, ma'am. She gave me the 5 minutes. Did I pass your test? It's been 25. I'll try my best. And second is come with enthusiasm and show you're excited to be there. How many of us start the class, or at least in the middle of the class, we tell people, I have been dealing with 7 other sections, nowhere people cost my patience, but this is the only classroom where I lose it. I get real jitters in my tummy just by the name of the class. I have to come and teach you for the next 1 hour. No. How do you tell your students that they are not meeting your expectations then? Your students don't trouble you? Please don't tell me they don't. Trouble nahi karte hain? Karte hain na sir? They submit their projects on time. They submit their other works on time. They come to class regularly. अगर some और few भी नहीं होंगे, class suspend हो जाएगा ना sir? और हमारे HOD वो होने नहीं देंगे. By the way, are there any HODs here? Please put your hands up. Please put your hands up. Where? इनका तो मुझे मार्क्स मिल गया, इन्होंने वाव बोल दिया, तो आई डोंट हैव टू स्ट्रगल मोर, बट आई हैव टू बी very careful with this. See, throughout the session, I'll be talking about your HODs, your HODs. Don't take that annoyance on these poor kids. It's just for the sake of discussion, okay? And also, please don't say that she kept blaming the HODs for nothing, man. No, I do not intend to. और आप लोगों को कुछ बोलना है तो मेरे थ्रू करवाइएगा. So where were we? We were talking about enthusiasm and address the problem behavior directly and immediately. You get into a class and you see a guy chewing a gum. What would you do? Huh? You will ask him to throw. He comes to the class next day with the same, with a better gum and a bigger gum, and which has got more strawberry flavor or whatever the flavor he has chosen that day. What would you do? You will again ask. Okay. Third day. My dad is rich, I'll bring. Huh. Okay. But tell me, when will I be afraid of my actions? है ना सर, बहुत गंदा करते हैं ना सर. I hear you. पॉकेट में रख लेते हैं. Yes, ma'am, I really have to pass the test you have imposed on me, so I'm taking the pain of walking there. Call me Lavanya. 1 minute, huh? Guys, anybody calling me ma'am, you will have to bring me the biggest and the most expensive chocolate available in the market. If you call me ma'am, I really feel I've become an oldie. And I like to imagine I'm still the teenager. Oh, may not be, just a young adult. Ah. Ah. Oh, wow. So chewing gum का chew निकाल दोगे आप? Did it sound like a carnival? No, right? That's a good punishment. Why have I never thought about it? Ma'am saying, really? A chocolate cancel, bring me gum packets. And few people do call me ma'am. They take it also. Nasty. So for you, a good discussion and a little empathetic conversation with your students helped. Now, what is the difference between the third pointer and the fourth pointer? Third one says address the problem immediately, and the fourth one tells addressing a problem early lessens the chance that it will expand. Do you agree with those two? Yes, no, maybe. जब कुछ आंसर नहीं होता यस बोल दो, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे चली जाएगी. What do we mean by establishing regular procedures and routines? Okay, how would you do that? Okay, and how would you set a routine? No, routine is something that I do it regularly, even without instruction. आप routine कैसे set करते हो? Has it ever happened that you set your alarm clock at 5 in the morning and before going to bed you told yourself, Tomorrow morning I'll have to be up by 5. But inadvertently you'll be up by 4:50, 4:45-ish, even before the alarm goes on. Has anyone experienced this? Yes? Uh, have you ever wondered why does it happen? You're telling your subconscious mind that I need to wake up, and your mind is capable of doing a million brilliant things. Right? So when you tell your mind that I'll have to do this, your mind understands and implements it. In the same way, how do I set a routine in my classroom? Okay, let me break this down for you. Keep informing. That's a very good practice. Let me break this down further for you. How many of your students would stand when you come to the class to say that they sing a song? No, good morning, ma'am. Do they still sing? I'm sorry, I left teaching a little while ago, so I'm a little away from the regular teaching classroom. So do they do that? Good morning, ma'am. Bate? Who told them to do that? Hannah? So now they know that it's a routine for them to stand. Automatically वो खड़े हो जाते हैं when they see a teacher entering the class. Agree? It's their habit now. In the same way, you will have to set your own routines. How do we do that? For example, how many number of participants I will have here? 60? The largest classroom of my life. Now I'm scared. I'm assuming that on certain days you will also deal with a classroom of this size. Okay, I'm not budgeted to buy garlands for all of you. Had it been, I would have malaified all of you for dealing a classroom of more than what? What would be your maximum strength? Hey, who is that? 180. She has something to talk to you after the session. So if I'm dealing with a class that is as big as 180, 190, 200, do you really think it's possible for me to engage the class? Is it possible for me to engage 180 members? Absolutely yes. In order for me to engage that 180, 190, 200, 250 students, I have to make small incremental changes. Have you ever heard about a concept called Ikigai? Beautiful concept, right? Small, little, incremental changes. Now, what do these changes mean? For example, you're doing a discussion, you want your students to participate in a discussion. Set your instructions very clearly. For every discussion that would happen from now on, I'm dividing the class into groups of 10. If it is 200 class, groups of 10, how many groups would I get? 20. Yes? And this class, we are going to have this discussion on 2 different days. Day 1, the first 10 groups would participate, and day 2, the other 10 would participate. Rule number 3, when one group is participating, the other group would simply sit and note the feedback down. Because you will have to keep these other also equally engaged, right? And the moment you move your head away, these guys are doing something, not these guys. The other group of students are doing something, right? So you will have to keep them also engaged. So what will you do? You will make them responsible for something. Trust me, a student would enjoy it dearly when they have to comment about their fellow student. Don't we love it? आप gossip नहीं करते? The silence is the answer. Yes, we do. Because it's a common human psyche. We love to talk about others. We love to point out. It's easy. It's the most easiest thing to do, right? So ask your students to do that. They would love the job. So now what did I do? I told my students, or I instructed my students, that on discussion days, the moment you say discussion, they should be able to part themselves into groups of 10 or 20, whichever the number that you want to give. My next routine is, when one party is discussing, the other party would jot down the feedback to be given to that particular group, right? 3 would be people from each group. You would have at least 2 resources to uh, compile or condense the feedback that has been given. 4, they would come and present the feedback to that particular group. 5, they all get back to their respective places. In all of this, tell me how much effort is yours. Let me take one more step back. In a class of 60 minutes, how much do you think a teacher should be speaking for? How long? 42? Oh, wow. Showstopper बनना है हम सबको. Now tell me, what is the adult's attention span? How much do you think is the adult attention span? 25 minutes. There is something that is aspirational, and then that is something called greediness. Expecting our students to have an attention span of 25 minutes is greediness. Now, shall I tell you what the actual attention span is? 20 seconds. Yes. Not minutes, seconds. In whatever the duration that you have, a Gen Z brain, not our brain. Please do not compare our brains and the way we think and synthesize information with our students. That is the reason why I said the student that we are dealing with is a different creed altogether. This is a generation which believes in learning from a 30-second shots. YouTube shorts, Insta reels that convey something within 30 seconds, they are happy. And that is exactly the attention span that they would possess, that they are slowly developing. Have you ever heard about, how do I say, learning nuggets? Bite-sized learning? Have you heard the word bite-sized learning? No? Okay. Uh, let me. Okay. I'm above 40. I'm not going to tell you the exact number, but I'm above 40. When I was a child, during my childhood, for me, cake was a big slab. Okay? And packing a cake and eating a cake was really messy. Is it the same messy thing now? Huh? It's available in pieces, or it's available in small little packages that is portable, easily movable, and consumable whenever they want to. If their class starts at 11 o'clock and 10:59 this teacher left, they would simply open and pop it in. Correct? That's exactly why we call it as a bite-sized learning. Something that I could consume quickly and something that satiates my learning hunger. That's why we call this learning as a bite-sized learning. And what would this bite-sized learning mean is a very small, quick learning that could be of around 8 minutes. Trust me, there are courses that are built with this duration. Course. I'm not talking about lesson. I'm talking about a course that could be delivered in 8 minutes. Have we ever researched those things? Whenever you have time, the second takeaway I want you people to do is, first one was looking at your lesson plan. Second one is do a little more research into micro learning slash learning nuggets slash bite-sized learning. How many of you would use AI tools? How it made our life easier. Sam would be talking more about those AI tools. Okay, optimize physical layout on seating. Is anybody from management sitting here? I would still take the risk and go ahead and say, do you think this is an optimal seating arrangement? कोई ना भी नहीं बोलेगा. Do you guys think this is an optimal seating arrangement? How do you wish it to be? Could be a round one, semicircle one, and small groups. Beautiful. Now, what kind of seating arrangement have you given to your students? आप करिए तो चमत्कार. Second sentence, I'll not say it. Huh? You make your students to sit in rows and columns, that's good. But when it comes to your learning, you want some round shaped tables or semicircle ones, or people to be able to sit in small groups. No empathy towards your students. You'll have to empathize with them, right? So this is something that you all will have to make a subtle change in the classroom. It's not possible for me to make you sit in circles. But what can I do? I can ask, ma'am, could you please turn your chair so that you are facing this gentleman? No. I was waiting for the question, would you ask or not? Is that possible? Can I ask these guys to sit in a certain way so that they are facing each other? Can I do that? Yes. Would I do that? Do you see the difference between could I and would I? I could do certain things in the class, but I would choose not to in order to save my what? Time, which is the most precious resource in a classroom, and effort. Going down, going to them, you turn this side, you turn this side, you go and sit here. It takes some time and energy, right? Yes? How many of you think after a class we really get exhausted, we lose our energy, we get drained of our energy? Sometimes energy down नहीं हो जाती है आपकी क्लास के बाद, especially when you have 2 back-to-back sessions. You never have 2 back-to-back sessions. HODs, pay attention. So many people are complaining. The complaint is hana. So this is exactly why you should set routines. In your class, you should tell your students we'll have discussion days, we'll have debate days, we'll have group conversations, or you want to do a project. You will have to tell them what to do in what kind of situation. Did we discuss the discussion scenario? Did we? Now, if I were to conduct a debate in this classroom, what would I do? If I have to conduct, okay, Bhopal Institute of Social Sciences is the best in the city. You are going to talk in favor of the topic and you are going to talk against the topic. Look at this, some dramatic event of fate. I'm making all the HODs to talk about, why they should not, or why Bhopal Institute of Social Science is not an ideal workplace. Did I say that again loudly? Yeah. This is just for a joke. All the sentences are fictitious. No resemblance to any person. Yeah, I just give it. So ये क्लास के साथ मुझे डिबेट करवाना है तो मुझे क्या करनी चाहिए? Are we more comfortable in English or Hindi? Apart from these two, I can speak Telugu, broken Tamil, and very much broken Bangla. So English, Hindi, English, Hindi. हाँ, तो ये क्लास के साथ मुझे डिबेट करवाना है as an activity. How would I do that with a strength of 140 people? To and fro. बस है या ट्रेन है? टू एंड फ्रो क्या बस है, ट्रेन है, प्लेन है, क्या है? हाँ, तो वही तो किया मैंने, बट दिस ग्रुप रेफ्यूज, दे विल नॉट स्पीक अगेंस्ट बीएसएस और बीआईएसएस. व्हाट इज दैट? हाँ, change the topic. Okay, the topic would be equality at workplace. Is that okay? Sir is very annoyed. Just kidding. Whatever the topic could be, X, Y, Z doesn't matter. If I'll have to make this class debate, what should I do in order for me to make this debate more effective? Okay, I'll park this situation here, but I'm looking forward to solutions. You will have to tell me what would be your approach to make a classroom like this debate and ensure that your students participate. Shall we? I'm parking this now. Think through and let me know. Okay? Think of as many responses to the following statement as you can.
Should a teacher really allow students to take a call on whether this topic should be debated or not? Should a teacher really allow students to take a call on issues like whether this topic is worth debatable or should it be, some principle sort of decision making? Should teacher keep in this hand or it should be left over to the opinion of? I think teacher should be firm on the ethics of what he wants or what she wants. This is what I think. No, I'm not saying they should not have a say, but the teachers, they should supersede.
They shouldn't. Because as a teacher, you are the king of the class. You decide the rules, you set the norms. Come what may. Because you know your students better, you know what to be done in the class better. So yes, debates and discussion topics are always at the discretion of a teacher, not at the student. Now the student may feel free to walk out of the class for that particular topic. You can't help it, just deduct the marks mercilessly. We have, so an effective teacher is, where do I start it from? Who would tell me what an effective teacher is? Or rather, who an effective teacher is? आ जाती हूँ. इनके पास एक बार जाके. Yo, anybody from this group, the most quiet group? Ma'am, you are the cheerleader of this entire group. Huh, you can.
I guess in context to Gen Z, as you are dealing this deliberation, I guess that when we talk about Gen Z, we need to have more and more content-rich and effective teaching, which they are probably not getting on the net. For that, we need to work hard on the like books, literature, so that we can have more and more factual knowledge to serve them in the class.
Anybody else? Yes, sir.
An effective teacher is someone who inspires curiosity among students. A teacher of the class that helps the students to have their curiosity inspired. That's it.
Lovely accent, by the way. Would you expect everybody to follow that in the classroom? No, I mean to say the etiquette. I could understand the way you stood up the moment I asked you a question. Please. Any more answers? Patient understanding. वो करेंगे तो आप खुद पेशेंट बन जाओगे. I'm sorry. Sets an environment for the student just to ask questions. Okay, an effective teacher is somebody who sets an environment for the students to ask questions freely. Yes, sir. No, it's okay. Influence or inference. Which one? जब याद आएगा और हो गया.
The teacher should be empathetic.
Effective teacher should be empathetic. I love it.
Should be facilitator towards creating a positive environment towards contributing towards to make self-paced learning also making basically a positive environment here for children but
One who promotes individual development and one who encourages all kinds of learning like self-paced learning or creating a positive environment. Okay, effective teacher is somebody who always teaches in a student-centric method. Awesome. Now, people, how many of you follow what you said? Really? देखो भाई, आंसर देने के बाद आई ट्राई टू बोलेगा तो मार्क्स डिलीट कर दूंगी, मैं डिटेक्ट कर दूंगी. यू फॉलो इट, वेरी गुड. What is the most easiest job in the world? What is the easiest job? Preach without practicing it. Yes? So when we tell that an effective classroom or an effective teacher is somebody who invokes curiosity, who follows student-centric methods, who does everything, whatever the responses that you gave me, they are awesome, beautiful. Do we follow them? Do we implement them? Are they enough for your students? Are they enough for your students? Because what are your students to you? And if I have to put it in terms of service industry, students are your customers, right? You are the service providers and students are your customers. Have you ever thought about customer satisfaction? आप Amazon में कोई प्रोडक्ट खरीदते हो, प्रोडक्ट नॉट सर्विस, प्रोडक्ट खरीदते हो, खरीदने के बाद आपको क्या मिलता है? They'll ask you to give a feedback. After you speak with every service providing agent or an associate, there is a call that comes to you to submit your feedback, right? Feedback tells the other party what? The experience, service, and I'll put service and satisfaction in one category. And because if somebody is marking us down, that means I know the customer is already out of my kitty. Loyalty, very good, sir. And the time that has been taken to resolve an issue, right? So in corporate terms, we call it as SLAs. That's what we call as service level agreement. What is service level agreement? How many of you spoke to any call center anytime? Like Amazon. I received a faulty product. I did not like the product. The order has not come through. At some point of time, you might have called up a bank. I want to block my card. For any reasons. Do you see them rushing you through the questions? Back-to-back questions पूछते रहते हैं. Why do you think they do that? Why do you think they do that? No, because they are trained to close a call with a greater satisfaction within 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if an associate is continuing the call, that means there is a problem. The team leader or whoever is there on the floor will receive a red flag. The system automatically triggers a red flag for which they'll have to run and close the issue. 3 minutes is what every customer would get. So what does SLA include? The time, the satisfaction, and the resolution that they provided is apt to you or not. Now, I'm not saying that teaching is just a service industry. I would never say that, because in my opinion, teaching is one of the most noblest professions. We may say that we have to do that and this, but at the end of the day, we are somebody who is shaping the character and attitude and the behavior and shaping great minds. And we should take proud in saying that we are the ones to do that. Right? But now, just for the sake of conversation, if you think your students are your customers, what would you want them, or what would you rate your services on? जल्दी बोलोगे टी ब्रेक मिलेगा. चाय पीना है कि नहीं? मुझे पीना है. पानी भी नहीं पिया मैंने. Quickly. On time completion. हाँ, वो प्रॉब्लम में हम आते हैं. On time completion of syllabus or lesson or class, whatever. And yes, ma'am. Genuinity and authenticity. To me, it sounds like VIP brand का some tagline. Next. Sustainable understanding. माइक ड्रॉप मोमेंट है सर. हमें मेरी फर्स्ट सेशन में माइक ड्रॉप मोमेंट. सस्टेनेबल अंडरस्टैंडिंग क्या है? Problem solving. Whose understanding you want to be sustainable? Is it not called retainability? What do you teach? Are you telling me in physics sustainability and retainability is the same? Yes. is the student aspect. Yes, sir. You know what a clever teacher would have done? Sir, I'm coming to you. And value addition. You know what a clever student would have done by this time, the time I gave you, and especially when I showed you a carrot of tea break? You would have simply opened your phones, asked Google Mata, who is an effective teacher in 21st generation. She would have given you some lamba list of 100. Even if you have shared this one answer, one word, my session would have been complete and we would have been enjoying a cup of tea or a coffee by now. This is called Maskabazi. I left out one person. Why do you want us to feel so sorry about us? Oh, poor me, I have to take a class today. But I like it. You want teachers to be resilient. But I still haven't got a definition of an effective teacher. An effective teacher is somebody, as somebody rightly said here, who would deliver the content in the stipulated time, keeping the needs of all the students in mind. When I say keeping learner needs, what am I talking about? The three kinds of learners. And a teacher, an effective teacher is also somebody who has set up a very good routine in the classroom. We don't have to do big things, or I don't have to talk about things that half of my class wouldn't understand. Simple things like establishing a regular, normal routine, by which I mean the moment I say, class, I'm taking the attendance, I'm going to mark your attendance, the entire class should be quiet. Class, I'm going to distribute your answer sheets. Again, the class should be waiting for what results you have graded them as. You said, class, today we are going to have a debate. The class should automatically part. I'm not very well versed with the religious books also, but there is a story in Bible that says the Red Sea has parted. I don't know if I'm sorry if I'm naming the sea also as wrong one. The sea part. The moment you say debate, your people should be parting like the water, going to two different corners of the class, and everybody should know what their role on that particular day is. Now you can ask me, Lavanya, these words and these sentences and these things sound very rosy. They are not practical in the classroom. Do you think what I'm saying right now is possible in a classroom? Not in one day. They are possible, but not in one day. 1 week you may regularly want to instill. When I come to the class and I say I'm taking attendance, I want a complete absolute silence in the class. 1 whole week you do it. Second week, when I come to the class, I want an absolute silence when I'm taking the attendance. And when I announce that we are doing the debate, this is what I want. 2 weeks. Third week, absolute silence, debate mechanism, and something else. You will have to give some time to yourself and also to your students. But with practice, are these things possible? Doable? Implementable? Will we implement? No. Do it for just for a month or two. If you're not seeing the results, your HOD should have our mail ID. You get in touch with me. I would love to listen why it is not working out for you. Or if you don't want to reach out to me, Lavanya, we don't want to write an email to you. Talk to your peers. You may have we all have different perceptions, right? Yes. To me, it is 6. To them, it is 9. There is no harm in discussing certain things with your peers, especially the ones who are known for implementing discipline in the classrooms. Talk to them, they'll be able to help you. Do we reach out to our peers for suggestions? We do. For that, you take a bow. Now, with that, we complete the first chunk of the session. Shall we have some tea? There is green tea today. So, what would be the duration of a tea break? 15 minutes. Enjoy. Now, can you just tap the screen of your phone? It's 11 by my watch. By 11:15 by my watch, you all should be here. It's 11, right? I gave the 3 spare minutes. It's absolutely okay. Oh, then I'll give. Because I record her phone, I'll give her phone to you. She needs your phone. I think I put something.
Okay.
बच्चों आ जाओ. Okay. In the interest of time, I would like to start. At 11:25, we have a session handover, but we are running short of another entire concept together, that is time management. Look at the irony. The person who was not able to manage time for one session will talk about time management. Ironic, right? But before we break for the different session and a different facilitator, I would like you all to find answers to the question that I'm going to ask you now. Why do human relationships fail? Don't give me the answers now. It's only a question. You will have to tell me later. I'll hand over the session to the next speaker. But I want you people to answer these questions when we meet next, that is from 3:30 to 5:30, okay? The first question is, why do human relationships fail? What do you know about 21st century learners? What is the difference between, or what is in common between 21st century learners and Gen Z learners? Are they different? How so? If they are one and the same, why so? Are you guys noting the questions? Yes, please. Which one? The second? The Gen Z and the 21st century learners. If they are same, why so? If they are different, how so? What are the three topmost things that your students crave in the class? Crave, C-R-A-V-E, or want, or strongly desire. Top three things. How many questions? 4. Can we answer all these 4 questions when we meet again at 3:30? Sir, अभी से सर पकड़ लिया. Okay. We are clear? Now I'll just open up the floor for a quick question and answer session. Whatever we discussed in the morning, is there some sort of question, clarification, addition that you would want to make? You have any questions that you would want to ask? Would you want to have a clarification, sir?
Ma'am, all those things that you suggested in the previous session, how will we be implementing them into a template classroom where we have a specific format, a specific time period, a specific syllabus, a specific things to be completed?
Give me that specific template. I'll be able to see you and I'll be able to tell you. Show me the template. I'll be able to. Yeah, you will have to give me what template you're using. Yes. You get me the template that you have been using so far to the classroom. I'll sit with you. I'll have to have a look at it, right? So get me the template. Maybe it could be it could be in a printed form, or you just want to show it to me. It is specific to your college. Yeah. So the specifications that you have been talking about, the restrictions that you say you have about, you will have to show it to me. Now, please don't. Okay, what is the first restriction that you have? Okay, sir. Okay, what is the first condition that you have? Now, sir, absolutely. I'm asking, what is your challenge? Give me that one challenge that you have in the classroom. Uh, okay. That is exactly why we discussed. I heard you. I'm trying to give you an answer. Okay. The first thing that we discussed is for every action, there has to be a consequence, right? Now, you're telling me that you have latecomers problem, which is becoming a challenge. Now, I'm asking you, there is an action you identified. What is the consequence that you want to come up with? I'm asking you, it's your class. You are the leader. You are the king. I have been telling you are the best boss. Okay. Sir, one thing, if they have been asked to attend, there might be a reason. How would I know? Now we are moving in two different directions. Latecomers. Okay. Have you not taken this problem to anybody's notice here? And then you have not come up to a solution. So you want me to give you a solution? No, I'm just trying to see where we both are going. You want me to give you a solution, which all the 100 minds put together here has not been able to, and that has been implemented or instructed by your management. You see, I empathize if who is the head of the institution calling you and talking to you in person in his chamber. I'm okay with that. I don't want to be sitting with you right next to you in the next chair. दोनों जाके बात करेंगे मुझे क्यों क्या sit रहे हो? I'm not saying that. Absolutely, I'm asking you a simple question. You have identified the problem, an action. What would you do as a consequence? Attendance nahi choo sakte aap. That's what you're telling. You will have to allow them. What is attendance and allowing them into the classroom is the only thing that is there in your control? Did you ever speak with these people? What did they tell you? You're questioning why they are late. You're questioning why they are late. Did you ever ask them what is causing their delay? First thing, first thing, if you have even more than 10 people in your classroom, sit with them, have a good talk. When I say good talk, something that is only exploring question, not the why question. Do you see the difference between your questioning and my questioning? I'm asking you what is causing the delay, and you're telling why are they delayed. That's you will be able to overcome when you have a dialogue with your students, and the dialogue should start asking exploratory questions, not the reason finding questions. Why? If I simply ask you, why are you troubling me? It hurts you. If I ask you, sir, is there a reason that you paused the session and you're making a talk now? And that will tell you, yeah, because my problem is very much pressing and I need an answer to this. There is a difference in the approach. Why? Anybody, anyone in this classroom, tell me, show me that one person who would not get offended when they do something and I ask why question. It could be as simple as, why are you sitting like that, ma'am? Okay. As simple as, why are you late? My mercy. बस लेट आया, ट्रेन लेट आया, रोड पे गड्ढा था, कुछ भी हो, I'll have 100 reasons. Just change the word and ask, what's causing the delay? Is there something that you could do to avoid it? Not you, your student. Do you know? Because you're late. This is called SBI. This is called situation, behavior, and impact. Not the State Bank of India. Situation, behavior, and impact. What is the situation? Classroom. What is the behavior? Some students coming late to the class. How does it impact others? Just because for your 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I'll have to stop the class. Everybody's 10 minutes. There could be 100 members. 100 into 10 minutes are getting wasted just for one person. Do you even think it is justified? Questions? Now you're assuming. No, you now you're getting into assumption. What if he does that? What if he does that? What if he says? Before making the conversation, you are giving their answers also. When I asked you, you said, तो वही तो बोल रही हूँ. सर, ऐसा कोई भी कॉन्वर्सेशन क्लासरूम में नहीं होगा या फिर नहीं है जो आप राइट क्वेश्चंस राइट अप्रोच से पूछेंगे और स्टूडेंट नहीं सुनेगा या फिर आंसर नहीं देगा. Either we are looking at the wrong approach or we are looking at the wrong way of asking questions. But if something is not working out, you tried out everything in your favor, but now, I mean, you tried everything, but something is not working out, even though it is speaking and it's hurting you, there are certain things you just have to drag on with. Nugget teaching is, yes, not 15 minutes or seconds of duration. Yes, yes. Mm. Any question, any topic when there is a complex and you will have to arrange it in a sequential order, always start with what, how, when, and where. Have these questions. What is the process or what is the topic? How do I teach it? Where would my student use it? How would it help him? If you teach me something that I'm not going to implement immediately or just in the next years, I'm not going to learn. Yes. Yes. For example, I'm just making the situation up. It's your spouse's birthday today, and there's an absolute lockdown outside, but you just want to have a cake, gift a cake at any cost. What would you do? You cannot go out. Things cannot come in. What would you do? At home. But for discussion's sake, let's assume you don't know how to bake. Learn from, you'll go to YouTube. While searching on YouTube, which video would you click? The shortest one, which has got the last or the least duration. Okay, let me see. That you will get to know only when you click the video and start watching. But a human, there is a list of videos. We'll choose the shortest duration one because it saves our time. Or discussion sake. Sir, maybe you are somebody who is happy with the transcript. I'm somebody who would love the graphics. Or there is somebody who would do neither. They would just plug in and they are listening to the video. So because you like to read transcript, don't expect me to read the transcript. Because you love to do things in a certain way, don't expect me also to do things in that same way. Yeah. So you watch a video and then you bake a cake. But the 30-minute video these days is condensed into the 30-second shots. On YouTube, you get shots where they bake a cake in 30 seconds. Those are the things we call as nuggets. Huh. Ask these 5 questions. How? Yeah, ask these 5 questions to yourself. How? When? What? Where? How do I break it down to my students? When would they use it? Where would it help them? And why do they need it? In case you have to ask a why question. If not, don't worry. You answer these 5 questions while you design a lesson plan, you will get it sorted. Sam, I'll give it. Huh? I said I'll continue at 3:30. I see that you have a question, sir. Any questions you want me to answer? Yes, sir. How to identify them? Please go to Google and ask. I need a test. Uh, diagnostic test. A diagnostic test for my class to identify various kinds of learners. They'll give you a printable questionnaire that you could populate in your respective classrooms. They will have a sentence and they will have to mark the answers. The code will be given to you by Google itself, but don't give the code to your students. If not that, you could easily identify somebody who would want to sit in the first 3 benches. They are your auditory learners. People who are just sitting to the corners where they have a greater visibility of the teacher. They are your visual learners. People who cannot sit in the classroom and who wants to prod others. आप पढ़ाते रहते हो दूसरों के साथ भी, कोई च्युइंगम खाता है, कोई ऐसे करता है, कोई पीछे मुड़ के डिस्टर्ब करता है. They are kinesthetic learners. It's not their nature. After 10-15 minutes, their brain will trigger an alarm. अरे बहुत देर बैठ गया, मुड़ पीछे. So obviously they have to turn, otherwise they can't sit. This is the easiest way. The toughest way is ask Google Mata ki jai. बोलो मुझे questionnaire चाहिए. अच्छा सा questionnaire, you will get it. You run it in the class. Have I answered your question? Anybody else? Question कम पूछा करो. No questions? Ideal classroom. And you all know when we don't ask questions, right? One, when we understood everything. And when we have understood, which silence is this? Can I trust you guys? Good question. है ना? गौर से देखो, नारी को टीचर को क्वेश्चन करते हैं. I'm handing the session over to Madhvi ma'am.
Thank you, Lavanya, for the excellent insights. Let us move on to our next segment, Innovative Pedagogical Practices by Dr. Sai Madhavidi. Dr. Sai Madhavi received doctorate for her thesis entitled Mobile Communication Through Graph Theory in Computer Science. She serves as professor and head CSC AI and ML Department, RYM Engineering College, Bellary under VTU Belagavi affiliation. She has immense love and passion towards teaching profession and follows there is no substitute for hard work. She has 28 years of experience in this profession, has submitted her papers to various national and international conferences and journals, and also worked as resource person for vocational courses. She has given a number of talks in numerous international faculty development programs and chaired in some international conferences as session chair, as advisory committee member, and keynote speaker. She has authored a book called Road to Destiny. She is also awarded with Uttam Adhyapika Award of the Year 2020 and 21 by Bharat Education Excellence Award. We are very much privileged to have you with us, ma'am. Please carry on with the session. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Last bench? Yeah. Good morning to one and all. This is Sai Madhavi from Bellary, a very remote place. I traveled 22 hours to reach your place. Yes. Uh, I've been a teacher for past 27 years. And I think many of us are teachers here. Yes. All of us are teachers here. Thanks for the correction. Yeah. So how do you keep your classroom vibrant? How can we see that the student is not distracted? How can we manage all these things? Is a challenge for all of us every day. It's a challenge for all of us. And especially dealing with me, I'm into technical subjects, right? So we have very short span. It's only 3 months before which we have to complete the entire course. So it's an engineering course that we take up. So within that short span, there are so many holidays there. We have assessments like IA 1, 2, and 3 there. And then other than that, we have some unexpected holidays. So what is that working duration that we have? It's very small, small duration. And how do I bridge that space? How do I complete my portion satisfactorily? And on top of all this, I have my preparation, I have my uh, uh, content, everything prepared. But nowadays, there's a see-through change in the students' behavior. We don't have the students as we used to have them disciplined earlier. And to say that, seeing you all now for the first time, 100 participants, I was not aware that there will be 100 participants today in the classroom. I was expecting some 30, 40 max. In the 30, 40, maybe 120 will be sitting for my class. Was my expectation. Truly telling you. As soon as I entered the hall, Madam asked, what was the impression? As soon as I entered the hall, I had an impression. What a feast. No, seeing so many faculty with the interest. See, subject relevant subjects are different. See, if you are saying that science, related to science, you are having a workshop, you are attending it, that is different because you are growing your career there. And you have to speak that in your classroom there. That is totally a different scenario. This, today's whatever workshop is there, it is art of teaching and learning. How many of us can spend 5 days time? 5 days? And I thought after the break, I should see whether the participants will be there. It was really excellent, vibrant talk in the morning. Not that the talk is not vibrant, but still the students never sit in the class. Of course, y'all are faculty as soon as I entered and saw. Yes, this is the difference between a student and a faculty. We have responsibility on our head. So that makes us to really attend the session. But this session, especially this particular workshop, is art of teaching and learning. How many of us have the time to think of some, see how I should think? Who should teach me? I'm already 20 years experience. I'm already 15 years experience. Do I need somebody to tell me how to handle my class? No, we can't accept that. And one more point that I would like to say is, we are faculty. No, we love to speak. We don't like to sit, but there's no movement in the classroom. Everybody is sitting after the break, before the break. No, it is a real feast to my eyes. I'm not, I'm not just simply saying the sentence, but real feast. And this was just two words I wanted to share. And let me tell you, in my classroom, I'm handling one of the subject called as analysis and design of algorithms. That is the current subject that I'm handling. So whether it is 1 hour or 2 hours, so I see that the student never diverts from my talk. Only then I see, you see, if I notice my students are little distracted, or they are, it's my fourth hour or it's my fifth hour, so they don't want to listen. I tell them, I think you're all tired today, but trust me, half an hour, you give me indication. After half an hour, I stop my class. Okay, you give me the indication. But so many years, I should tell you, never did they tell me that half an hour is over. So they just get involved, and they get so involved that they forget it is half an hour. So never did I leave after half an hour because there was no indication. But that is subject. That is quite different from what we are teaching today, what we are trying to discuss. It's not teach, it's what we are going to discuss. So we are having some problems in the classroom. Uh, Instead of saying problems, how do I see that there is a vibrant class all the time? How do I see that my student is listening to me? How do I see that my student works beyond me? Is all what is in my thought process. And if the class goes well, it's almost like I'm done. Yes, there's a big satisfaction on my face. First hour goes very well. Now you should see me running all around in the campus. No, satisfactory look that I have done my duty today and I enjoyed my classroom. I tell my students, I enjoy the class. At the same time, I want you to enjoy my class. So whenever you feel there's a little bit of, I mean, it bores you, please let me know. We stop it for the day. So that is how they get connected to you. So and you should do what you say. That means if you say after half an hour I'm going to break, on your word. If somebody says, ma'am, it's half an hour, you break it. That means you have to uh, do whatever you have promised. So with the small things, right? Uh, so here I have, if we teach today as we have taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow. So this is a very beautiful quote which touches me, right? So I just put that as my first slide, and I have prepared a very simple slides. This is a simple PPT presentation that I have got, but I'll show you how this PPT presentation, if put on today's tools, can have a totally a smashing look. Those also I have downloaded. I'll show you those also. Right? Okay. Let me- So shall we start the session when we enter into the classroom? No? If at all this is the scenario, whatever you want to teach, no? Everything will be, I mean, I go blank if I see such a set of students in the class. Yeah. So how do I achieve this situation? This is what I would like to have. Okay. So by the, I hope after the session, I get this uh, from your end, too, right? Uh, Okay, all students should be engaged in learning. If a child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should teach the way they learn. How they are able to learn, we should come down. We should come down to that step and see that we teach them. That was another beautiful quote. Yes. So learning is, this is another quote. I'm giving you some 3 4 quotes which have really impressed me. Right? Okay. Learn now. How do you handle the students with the different abilities? Learn at different rates. We find students in the classroom who will learn at different rates, different styles, different approaches, and have different paces. This is definitely yes. In the next slide will give you the clarity. So we have different categories of students. I've just put it in this slide. So for every category, I should be in a position to see that I'm in the same class, I'm handling the same class, but I'm able to achieve that balance between all the 3 categories. I hope you're getting it. All different learners are there at different paces are there, but my teaching, my presentation should be in a fashion that the slow learners don't get bored. At the same time, the fast learners uh, should not get bored. Slow learners should not feel that I have missed something. I'm not able to catch up with this madam. She is at a faster pace. So I have to have that balance in the classroom. Guys, there are issues. This one. What you're giving, uh, if you are having that set of, think that they're all set of students. If they're all a set of students, and if I'm giving them the same examination at the end of the day. So is it appropriate if I give them, can you climb the tree? Is it possible? Is it possible? So this is how the students with the different learning abilities sit in the classroom. But as a teacher, I should identify them and I should be able to balance whatever I'm going to speak. That's all. No, sir. Instead of repeating, can you please have it like that? It's a that will be very simple. Within, yeah, that is it. After this, next. Next. Okay. Teacher, as a teacher, you should have subject knowledge, pedagogy, should be planned from your end, and technology. Compulsorily, we have to get updated. I think in the previous first day, sir was giving you about all Gen AI and the tools, right? So, what things we can do with all those tools? I think you got an exposure, right? So, all these 3 are important. Remember, subject knowledge, it's you should have a mastery on it, and pedagogy should be appropriately planned by you, and technology we have to keep updating every day. Right. So next, this madam has already spoken in the first session. What is our retention? But my style was a pyramid style, wherein if I'm just giving a lecture, it gives me a just 5% of retention. If it is reading, no, it gives me 10. Audio visual 20. If I'm going to do a demonstration, it's up to 30. If I do a discussion in the classroom, it's up to 50. And if I'm uh, practicing by doing, it's going to be 75. And teach others. Just have a note of this. That's why we are mastering the subject, because we take the subject more than once, twice, thrice. Automatically, without our knowledge, we get that mastery, right? So it is 90%. Yes. So here we need to have a link on all this. Course objectives, that is what will be the learning outcome. Strategies for active learning by the students, and what are the assessment methods. These 3 are circled, interlinked with each other. I'll highlight this more as we go further. So here, innovative teaching is a proactive approach to integrate new teaching strategies, methods into a classroom. So what do you mean by innovation? If I'm just saying, I'll just ask a small question. We have invention and innovation. If I'm saying invention, what is the first thing that comes into your mind? Altogether a new thing, which was not existing earlier. Okay, I'll take a very simple example to just put that invention. Instead of saying light, fan, car, and all that. Let me take a simple example. Say we have invented for the first time a wheel. Wheel. Okay. Now, so the question doesn't come who has invented it and all that. Because my focus is what is invention. Say invention is a wheel. Now, where do you use this wheel? I can use it in a car. Okay. I can use it in a bicycle. I can use it in a number of places. Creativity is what needs, right? So, how you are going to use that wheel after the invention is innovation. So, how do you bring innovation into your teaching learning practices? Is what we call innovation. Hope you're getting it. It's just a wheel, but how you use that wheel, no, is innovation. Right. Okay, we are planning to have innovation in education means doing what's best for all the students. Okay, right? It's a change that we are expecting. Now here, I will start with some innovative methods, right? So we have here think, pair, share, think, pair, solo, flip the classroom, brainstorm, think, pair, repeat, peer instruction, and you have a hundred such innovative methods because we are teachers. Every time I feel this subject demands this as an output, I can plan myself. What is the right strategy? What is the right pedagogy that I can use it for this? See, every time I cannot adopt the same thing in the class. I hope you're getting me. Every time I cannot say that, yes, this is the method. For every different subject, different situation, I need to adopt a different pedagogy, different strategy based on the subject need and a demand. So I'll show you one. Okay, how many of us have an idea about flipped classroom? Can we just have a hands raised? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, very. I mean, good, good, a quite number. Say around 10 to 15 of you are having. I thought I'll start it here. So, but again, I have to balance. I hope at the end of this particular topic, you should feel that, yes, okay, I got one extra point comparatively to what I was thinking. So, I have planned one flipped classroom for my students. That also I'll show you as an example. And here also, I'll just explain to you what is going to happen. So, in the flipped classroom, what happens is, as teachers, what we are going to do in the classroom, we concentrate on what is the content to be delivered in the classroom. This is where our focus is. I have to teach this topic. I have to teach this topic. This is where my focus is. But nowadays we know, I mean, to have content, it is not that difficult. So what is it that makes you extra different to the students? So when they can access that content from chat GPT, let it be your Google, there are so many means and you are having a repository of contents like OER platforms. So then what makes you different? If you are just going to say the same old content, putting the PPT and you are saying that this is how it works, this is how it works, then what makes you different and why should the student sit and listen to you? Yes. So here what we do is in flipped classroom. So the lower, whatever you planned, this is my session. Whatever you have planned, say the topic is XYZ. For that XYZ, whatever content you are planning to deliver, try to record a session, video, right? 2 minutes or 3 minutes, main, or say half an hour. Say half an hour, you are recording one small session. You are giving this session to the student, right? You are giving this session to the student. So now, whatever I addressed in the beginning, that there are different categories of students who will learn at different paces. If I'm going to tell one time, maybe the student cannot catch me. Slow learner. Fast learner, one time only will catch me. So when I send that video to him, the slow learner has the opportunity to look into that particular topic 2, 3 times. Are you getting it? So if we cannot remember what we do, we write it 2, 3 times. But that is in the absence of the others watching you. So he has the liberty, he sits at home, he sees it once, twice, until he gets, okay, this is what madam is trying to tell me. Fine, very good. I just understood the baseline. Fine. You are finishing that work at home and then you come back to the classroom. So this is a additional responsibility to the faculty. So now the faculty should be faculty should just take 2 or 3 minutes time to just have that summary of whatever video was sent and immediately start off with some activity in the class related to that flipped classroom. So whatever video was shared to you, now on that you are trying to say that I'm going to do some activity. Maybe I'm asking him to solve some problems, problem based. Maybe I'm going to ask him to do some small projects like that. I hope you're getting. So we are going to give some session there. Again, we can involve active learning practices also. That I'll show it in my example. And we should see that the student is actively participating in the class. So here we can group them. You can ask. You can have one-to-one interaction now. So you're giving some work to that fellow, and he is executing that program there. So whatever what is the use of flip now? So what we do usually is I teach in the class and give him assignment to home. Assignment is maybe some problem solving, which the student is doing all alone at home and has no assistance. So what happens? If he gets down, he cannot ask somebody there. So what is happening? He is not able to do, and that creates a gap between the teacher. It's not that he should not do, because he is not able to do. He doesn't do that assignment for, and he lags. He is falling behind all the students. No. What we are going to do, we are going to teach in the form of flip. That means my video is given to him in advance. He sees and comes. In the classroom, what I planned assignment, that assignment will be given in the classroom. And in front of me, he is doing it. So wherever the problem he is getting stuck or has some doubts, all that will be cleared by me in the classroom. And we group them for an activity so that he can discuss with his peers also, so that he can execute that problem. He can solve that problem. So he is not all alone. So higher order thinking levels will be popped up here. So I hope all of us have the idea about Bloom's taxonomy, understanding. No, that's 6 levels. First 2 levels or 4 levels, we can have it in the outside the class. Last 2, we can have it within the class. I'll show those. I'll show that Bloom's taxonomy. So here, so you can see here, you can see just like this hall we have, okay? And I'm just explaining to you. So that scenario is that side. But flipped classroom, you have your laptop, you're sitting with your smartphone or something with the video in front of you. That is a flip. So that is a, and at home you're all alone doing, referring so many books, but you're not able to do it. But here you have teacher, you have your peers who can help you to do it. That is okay. So here you can see remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. That's the Bloom's taxonomy. So far, whatever we are doing is remembering and understanding level is done by us in the classroom. That's why the student gets bored very quickly. But now what we are going to do is we are sharing this in the flip form. Remembering and understanding will be given in the form of video to him. Applying, analyzing, evaluating, creating can be done in the classroom creation lab. So that's the main motto. All verbs, what you can use. Later we will have one more discussion on this. See here. At school, I hope that figure speaks everything. Traditional versus flipped. In traditional, at home you are trying to apply. At home you are trying to analyze. At home you are trying to evaluate or create something new, which is difficult for you all alone. At school, you are having understanding and remembering. That is, we are teaching. We are just teaching the content topic. But see the flip. At home, you are understanding and remembering. At school, you are trying to apply it, analyze it, evaluate it, and also create it in the presence of the faculty, in the with the help of your peers, that means your classmates. That's the beauty of a flipped classroom. So all categories of students can be addressed with this. Lot of balancing. So this is the advantages. So the cognitive cutoff can be decided by you where exactly you want to, or to what level you want to have that cutoff. It's not that only remembering and understanding. You can have that cognitive level cutoff by sending your videos to an next extent also. Analyzing also you can send them to that level also. And one more disadvantage that we have here is, we can we record our sessions? Is it possible all the time? Not required. Not required. If that subject expert, whatever videos you have seen, if you have got a video, have that video, cut it exactly, or you can tell him from this minute to this minute, I want you to watch this video and come back to the class. So it's, if you are in a hurry, you need not record your own voice and you need not have the video done by you itself. You can have the best video recording, and if it is 1 hour, you can have the slicing done and share the video. If that is not possible, you can tell him from this minute to this minute, you watch the video for this particular content. That also can be. So the cognitive level can be decided by where I need to have the cutoff. So I think I have explained this. So at home, you are going up to remembering, understanding, and applying. In the classroom, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. But for this, you need to have the class activity planned well ahead. You should have lot of homework from your end. I have to work a lot. What is it that I am going to give as a problem? What is, how do I get it solved? Think in terms of up to project level also. So that is, I'll just show you one example in my flipped classroom, a very quick review. What I did in the class. I have done for many, one small sample for presentation I had. Okay. So here, out of the class activity is Java fundamentals. So anything that is fundamental which I am trying to teach are in the form of videos. Java fundamentals. I'm speaking on all of us are having idea about any one programming language. Can we have the hands raised? Any programming language? No questions beyond that. Just have an idea about C language, C++, Java, Python. Heard? Just have an idea. Just idea is enough. Language idea is enough. So here I am not focusing on the content here. You can just see fundamentals of any language are being given in the form of video. Next, I am giving next level operators in the language, and then what are the key concepts that I am going to install and write the simple programs. Importance of operators. Writing programs using class method. This is the concepts that I'm going to cover. So you can see here, I'm sharing the video links. So I'm saying video 1 on simple programs for 10 minutes. Video 2 on operators. This is what I'm sharing, right? And then next I'm saying watch this video 1 and 2 and answer some simple questions are given at home also, which you can do. So install the JDK. Next, execute a simple first program, that is Hello World, and upload some screenshots. See, I should have known whether they are really listening to me or whether they are listening to those videos. If they don't listen and come to the class, it's a flop show. So compulsorily we have to, so I ask a small mail. That is why I'm giving them a small work, so that it's a confirmation for me. Yes, the student has gone through my video. That's the plan. So here, watch video 1 and 2 and write programs using operators. This is out of class activity. This I'm not going to display to him. As soon as he comes to the class, I'm going to plan him. I'm planning to see that he writes programs on operators. I had given him the video, how the operators work. And now when he comes back to the class, how to work, how to write programs, applying those operators, I'm going to tell him. So you can see here in class. Okay. Now, I said, yeah, I'm going to help him as a faculty. Also, your peers, that means his classmates, also can have, he can take the help. But how? He cannot say that I don't know, I did not understand how to begin, how to write. So what we can do is we can group up. This is where the activity point comes into picture. I have taken two activities here. One is think, pair, share. The other one is peer instruction. So I show those also. So how much time before I can explain how that activity takes place in the class? I'll just show you. Okay, bring the answers here. Okay. I said I'm conducting an activity once again. This is active learning activity. This is called as think, pair, share. Is a collaborative learning strategy in which the students work together to solve the reading. This technique requires students to think individually first. So as soon as I pop up the question, this is write a program using operators, right? Uh, at home, you must have written on simple programs. So maybe to add two numbers, to multiply two numbers. Simple question I have given at home. So he is able to do. Just C is equal to A plus B. We are done with the writing the program. So now what I'm going to do in the class is using the same operators. Can you develop a calculator? So which can have addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, square root, dash, 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 right? So before I can say that, can you develop a calculator using these operators? I said we'll be having again an activity that is think, pair, share. There's a small figure there. First, I give him time. So how much time we should give, that also should be very much planned by us. So if we are going to have time pass in the class now, 1 hour will be vanished. But I need to say that I'm giving you 1 minute time. Think. If I have to, uh, if you have to write a calculator program, what is it that strikes into your mind? So first the question is posed to you. So what are all the things that are popping up? I give you some time. That is thinking individually. Next I'm saying pair up. So this again doesn't need a broad change in the classroom. Two to whoever is sitting side by side. No, you pair up, have a discussion. So what the first fellow is not able to think out of the box, the second fellow, if he is able to, both together will have a discussion. I think it is this way. I think it is that. Finally, they conclude, okay, I think we will write it to this extent. If they're getting a doubt, I'm always there. I'm in the class, roaming inside the class, right? Within the classroom. So this is what you need to apply. Have this addition here, put this multiplication here, call the function here. So I'm giving them instructions. So I'm going to each pair in the classroom and I'm giving them instructions. This is how you need to do. So everybody by the end of the day, if they are having their systems, they execute that program too. If they are facing some problems in the execution, I am there. See, attending individually, it might be difficult, but one pair is done. So I will see that this pair will help the others also. You have got it to just check what is a mistake. So entire class is able to complete that assignment. What you had a difficulty sitting all alone at home, sitting all alone. So this is again another activity that is an active learning strategy. So wherein I give time, 1 minute or 2 minutes time for the participant, for the student to think individually. How much do you think on that topic? Second, I pair up. Next, again, once the pairing up is done, you are doing that activity. You are going to present this to the entire class. You are presenting this to the entire class. Think, pair, and share. So each group comes and represents. This is how I have done. So 3-4 pairs comes down, the entire class is clear. Like, yes, this is what is happening there. Okay, probably I have not done this. Probably I have done that. What errors are popping up? So everything can be shared to the entire class. So the learning happens within no time, and the assignment is solved, and we don't have an issue that they have not submitted the assignments to us. Assignments are happening within the classroom. That is think, pair, share. This is one more thing I usually adopt in my classroom. So this is a 3-step. You can see there: think individually, pair up, and then share it to the entire class. I hope the figure is clear enough to convey how you manage the show. So in this, we are having a think, pair, share. Now you can have different variations also. Variations here. You can say write, pair, share. You can have formulate, share, listen to others, and again recreate. So different variations. So how I'm going to think now, that variation can be done by me. Here they have given some names to us. Later we can plan depending on the size of the classroom, depending on how I group them. We can again have the planning done. Okay. So this is about that think, pair, share. And one more strategy what I follow in the classes. Say suppose I'm trying to tell a particular topic. Okay, so I give out a definition. This is so and so, this is so and so, and it works so and so. But when I watch at the students, I feel they've just heard me and they have not understood anything. So immediately I give a small question: can you do this on this particular topic? So everybody is stuck. Now again they want the definition back. So what I hope nowadays all students they cannot depart from their smartphones. So they're sitting in the last benches. I don't know whether the last benches are doing the thing. We are all professors. Yes, we are all teachers. Right. But students, usually they have that habit of taking their cell phone and where madam can watch me. So they have that tendency to open it. Give them a scope. Give them a scope. Did you follow? You did not, right? Open your cell phone. Just type that, Google it out. Say I am speaking about a spanning tree. Give the definition. What does the definition say? All of you read once. So the entire class is given a liberty to open up with their cell phone, read the definition of a spanning tree. I just told one. I hope a spanning tree is a tree which is created from a graph. Graph, I think all of us have an idea. Graph, all of us have an idea. Set of vertices connecting with edges. So now, if I'm asking them to draw a tree, how to draw the tree is read the definition once again. So I told you could not catch me up. So I make him to read the definition once in the class. This is adopted by me very regular, very regular. And I say, you're done. You're done with the reading. Start with the creation of the tree. So graph is, I just put one graph on the board. Now for this graph, quickly put the spanning tree. Definition is in front of you. How to do it is in front of you. Your cell phone is in front of you. Who does first? Raise your hand. That person is getting another +2 marks in the assessment. So we have 3 assessments: IA1, IA2, IA3. Usually they score low. So what I do, I tell them, since you scored low there, I will see that 2 marks are added straight cut into that assessment. So now they get that tag. I should be the first to do it. So quickly they concentrate on reading it. Now they don't get diverted even if the cell phone is in their hand. They don't see anything else. So they all are popping up at that particular topic spanning tree and how to create it. And the person who has done it can come and put it onto the board. Almost 80% of the students come down putting it onto the board. And that is happening with me. And that makes every student slow, fast, everybody does it. So a slow learner is sitting with a fast learner. In case the fast learner does it, he's his close friend. He says, go put it on the board. So what happens? Slow learner is no more categorized as slow learner. He takes the book and puts it on the board. So everybody treats him equal now. So that N2 is built in the classroom. So that is how I am doing one of the strategy. And I say that please raise your hand. And this is one strategy I adopt. One more is, in case I finish my class today, I give an example. After the teaching, one example is done in the classroom. Example 2, for them to do it at home. So example 2, I give it to them. I say, in the class itself, open yourself, previous question paper, open it up, pick a question on this topic, give it to your friends group. We are having WhatsApp groups, right? So they have their own friends group where the teachers are not there. So I say you populate it. So the question is put there. Next day morning, they're supposed to come So I adopt here two strategies. In case the entire class is done, I say, oh, very good. Good. But if the class comes half prepared or there are only 4 or 5 students who have done it, so that doesn't repeat, no, I say, these 4 students put their names into the booklet. I have a class here. I tell, note these students. All these 4 are getting 1 mark in the IA. So next time I should do it. That enthuse should be there in the student. So this is one strategy that I adopt. Taking out the cell phone and having that, content. No? Whenever I'm explaining, if they are having that difficulty, that difficulty can be called as one method. It's called the muddiest point. Heard it? Muddiest point. That method, whatever I'm doing, I'll display that list. Muddiest point is you're giving the student a scope to speak out that I was not clear on this particular topic at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, I'm asking them what is the muddiest point for today. So he has to come up, ma'am, I could not catch up with this particular topic, what you were explaining. So that becomes my extension for the next day. Next day, I start my class with that muddiest point. That means many of the students could not follow that. Let me start my class with a re-representation of whatever I had explained. So I adopt a different style to see that that particular concept is explained. Okay. So that is one point that I adopt in the classroom. Many strategies and one more. Madam was asking, I did not interrupt Madam in the morning, Lavanya Madam. Ma'am said if somebody is eating a chewing gum or a chocolate, actually I wanted to share this. So I wanted to answer for Lavanya Madam saying that raising the hand, but still I was not introduced and I kept myself calm. Okay. This, I'm adopting it from 10 years. You believe it or not. First instance, I told them, see, if I eat in the class and start explaining to you, chewing a chewing gum and I explain, how do you feel? Just because I am a teacher, you are helpless, right? And you have to just bear me. Is this what is the feeling if I'm eating and if I'm conversing to you? It's no manners, right? How do you feel? First, I have told in that fashion. But see, nowadays kids are, no, they are not like us. They are not like us. So smooth telling like that doesn't work out. And I said, how do I manage this situation? I adopted one strategy. I said, eat in the class, but I should not see you eating. If I see you eating, I give you a punishment. The punishment is, if you are 60 of us, whatever you are eating, chocolate, cookie, whatever it is, get it to the whole class. For me too. I usually tell like, for me, you're supposed to give 2, but for the rest of the class, 1. And I make it a point that happens within that class. Last 5 minutes of the class, whoever was doing that, no, I send him up. And they'll remember me saying that, madam, 10 minutes, he needs to go and come back. So he has to go to the canteen, purchase it and come back. So he comes back, distributes it to the entire class. Even if somebody is eating, I don't notice it. They come and they just give the eye indication to me. Ma'am, that fellow is eating. So that happens. But one moment I noticed that it was repeated. I said it should not be fun. It's a punishment to be taken. But that should not become a fun. So I said, first time if you are doing it, okay, by mistake you have done it. Fine, it's okay. But second time you repeat it, I'm going to say it may be doubling of the chocolate, whatever you are going to do. If that fellow doesn't mend, I say get silk for all of us. If you are so fond of eating in the class, eat. But get silk for all of us. So that stops them. So even if something is in his mouth, now as soon as I enter, that is gulp, like within no time because I have to spend money. So this I thought I should tell you all. This is how I handle. See, giving the punishment to the student doesn't work out. Doesn't work out. It should be sweet. It should be sweet, but there should be a punishment so that the others don't repeat it. So that is how I adopt small tricks like this in my classroom and see that manage the class. Right. And this is one more 3-minute review. He says pause during or at the end of the lecture discussion. Whenever you have completed one topic completely, it's a 3-minute review. So ask students to work with the partners to summarize the lecture or discussion. After 3 minutes, call on a few students to share the group's summary. So now we have had so many topics here. Can you group up 3-minute summary? So you have to put it in words there, and then that summary should be spoken. Okay, 3-minute summary. More, there's one more way. Let me tell you later. Recap. For that recap, there is one more word. So this is 3 minutes. So every student, you can pair up three members, group up, collectively discuss what was spoken today, write the summary, 4 lines, 5 lines, whatever it is, and you come down. So you get the stage, again 1 minute, quickly read out what you are doing. So if we get satisfactory answers, 5, 6, 7, we stop it. So hardly 5 minutes or 7 minutes time should be given for this. This is at the end of the session. You complete the session bit early on the day. So you can have that activity done. Recap what we have done today or recap yesterday's and today's class. For a group of students, you can give yesterday. For a group of students, you can give today. And then come out with the recap. So this will inculcate that they write, take down whatever we are speaking. Nowadays, they just sit as though they are sitting in a theater. They don't pen down. They don't pen down. So now, next time she will ask 3-minute review. Let me write it down, whatever. No, at least headings. So that at least will be done by. Later in the discussion, they'll be able to write the summary line out. One should come and present. That is 3 minutes. One more is clear instruction. This we could have done. So here, what he is saying, clear instruction in a classroom, active learning strategy based on a specific well-designed question. The question should be very, very well designed. So, what should I answer to this? Like you can have your multiple choice questions. What is the problem with multiple choice questions when we go in for higher range of, exams? No? There is a slight variation, 0.4, 0.3. Is it 4 or 3? If you don't work it out properly, no, you end up with the wrong choice question. So, your instruction question should be framed in such a fashion. So you are giving a scope to the students to answer this particular question. Entire class has been given this opportunity. So here we can see here a learning strategy to promote students' conceptual understanding, qualitative reasoning. So will I be able to have the reasoning for that particular question? Why it is not 0.3? Why is it 0.4? On what basis I am selecting 0.4 and not 0.3? So that analysis phase, the conceptual level, the student should be able to reach. Here, right answer is not the question. See, who is selecting 0.3? Very good. I'm not giving marks here. No marks here. Peer instruction is purely based on whether the student is able to do the reasoning part or not. So in your subject, you should be in a position to think which one fits well, which fits well for your particular topic. Based on that, the strategy or the method should be chosen. So how do I question? Now you said, madam, for the entire class, how can I ask? How can I get a review? So first I will ask a question. Okay. And I'm going to pop up with multiple choice A, B, C, D. Okay. And I'm asking you to vote. Well, we do not have that, what do you call? Clickers. We are not in now. What do you call? Amitabh Bachchan's, we are not in KBC. We are not in the hot seat. We don't have the clickers. No, all the audience will have clickers. But we do not have the clickers. No issue. Clicker is not the important thing here. Answer is the important thing. Are we in the right direction or not? You have your book and papers. Just open your paper. Just write A. If you think that A is the answer, put A with A, and then just show that we are with A. R. Still simple. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if your answer is 1, just raise your single finger. If your answer is 2, raise your 2 fingers. Answer is 3, 3 fingers. So simple technique should be adopted. I do not have the technology. I do not have this. Is not the thing that I should focus on. So if I don't have fingers, I go in for just finger raise. Okay. Or I can have your A4 sheet with written with So like this, ABC. So here, the thing is, first I'm going to give him the question, ask the entire class, what is the answer? So definitely there will be 2-3 variations of the answer. Few are raising 2, few are raising 3 fingers, few are raising 4 fingers. So again, I'll say, think over the question, pair up, think over the question. I will re-put the question once again. So I give them 2 more minutes time. Now the entire class come down from 3 options to probably 2 options. Once again, I will give them little reasoning on what is happening in the question. Little, like you can think that I'm giving a hint. So I will explain the question to such an extent that it's in the form of a hint to them. So again, I will say, take your time, 1 minute to review, and again I will pose the same question. Now the entire class comes to one single answer. So this is peer instruction. It's called peer instruction. So here we don't focus on marks. We don't focus on giving them we don't promote them for the right answer. Right answer, I'll give you 2 marks. No, coming down to that right answer by having the right reasoning. What is the reason beyond selecting that answer? Analytical thinking. That is important here. So whenever your subject demands analytical thinking, you have to choose peer instruction. Others, I don't know, whenever you are planning to give marks, again, strategy is different. So that was, so whatever is the ambiguity, that gets cleared in that analysis part. So I give them a hint later why that answer is selected, what is the reason to make them select that answer. That reasoning can be done. So that is about so I gave here, I hope those who all raised your hands for programming. I've just given one small for loop there. For I is equal to 1 less than or equal to n, I plus plus. What is the factorial of a number? You remove factorial. Factorial is difficult. Just to say c is equal to a plus b. No, what is the answer? So if I'm passing them with 2 numbers, what is the answer? Is it 10 plus 20? Is it 30, 40, 50, 60? So 4 answers are there. So the student comes out with the reasoning and he says that it is 20 or it is 40. So if they come out with the wrong answer, again I'm going to, with small ambiguity in the question, I try to save the questions here. So there is less than or equal to n. If I remove that equal to, it makes a difference. If I keep just less than, it makes a difference. In the question there, if I is equal to 1 and I is less than or equal to n, just with that less than, I get a different answer. With equal to, I get a different answer. Less than equal to, I get a different answer. So that reasoning, they should understand by the end of the day. So what happens if I'm going to use less than, equal to, or less than equal to together? So that reasoning, they should have it fixed in their mind. That such questions should be framed. Not only programming, you can ask them even general questions. I mean, your subjects like science, physics, whatever streams are here. Now I'm just giving you these strategies, these are the methods in which we are trying to see that in all the methods, whatever I'm trying to tell, the student is actively involved. But for that, you should have lot of homework done. You should have the preparation. No, last 10 minutes, we have that session. Let us wait for what is that session? What is that activity? So they are all waiting for that activity to be organized. So definitely they will listen to you with full concentration. This is what we try to do in the class. So one example I've given here, 1 time does it display, n time does it display, n minus 1 times. That is all based on that less than and equal to and less than equal. Just with that variation, I'll show them at the end of the day. If you are taking this is the answer. If you take this is the answer. So all 3 variations I execute and show it to the student. So student gets full grip on the subject after the single question. So it is analytical thinking that we build. So some more questions because basically I am from programming side. I wrote all programming. I should have taken some general examples also, but no problem. We'll do that in the session there later. You can plan your question and you can give the multiple choice question. What is the answer? We will try to take it from the class. So physics stream can have one question and an ambiguous answer popping below A, B, C, D. Like that, what MBA stream, MCA stream, whatever streams are here, all of you can group up and have just one single question, a question which needs analytical thinking with options. So we will pop up with those questions after the lunch probably, and we will see how many of the physics faculty will come up with the right answer. Like that we can. It's not right. It is analysis. That is the way you need to plan the question. So have that thought in the break. What happens if I'm using break cutter? That's what. As a programmer, I have done all programming questions on it. But for this, homework should be done before buyers. That too, just to frame one question, it will kill my time. At least minimum half an hour. What should be the answers? What should be the question for the particular topic that I am taking? So, lot of time I need to spend just to populate one question. Just to okay. So before setting up instruction, beginning of the module you can have, during you can have, when you can have this particular activity organized, during the development or after assessing the level. So could be at any point. There's no restriction like I have to do it after teaching on. It could be before, during, and after also you can have these questions. Okay, he's telling that don't skip on the peer discussion, focus on reasoning, not on the right answer, time recommendation. You should not just spend the time here, just 2-3 minutes time only, right? Frequency in the class. Not always you should do that because I told at least it will take half an hour time. So how many half an hours do we have to populate such questions? Okay, credit. Do not assign heavy credits for being right or being wrong. That is how it is. So I was speaking about the flipped classroom peer instruction. I told you many variations of think, pair, share are there. I just learning by doing. So you are this also can be taken up in your as an activity in your flipped classroom. So you are learning and you are doing. Group discussion, case based. Madam was explaining about case based. So in the morning, in deep. Role play also Madam was telling. 1 minute paper, I told you exactly review. 3-minute review had given. There is 1 minute review also. Only one single summarized statement you can have. You have Z to A approach. This is one more approach wherein I think physics stream will enjoy this one. Okay, you can see here there is a small experiment done wherein they are from a from the top of this monument, they are dropping two objects of two different sizes and weights. So it's a simple question. Now, will they differ in the fall or no? When I'm going to put two objects from the top of that monument, will both objects come down at the same time or they differ because of their size and weight? Okay. Such questions can be put into that previous method. So here what happens is they are showing Z to A is here I give the solution. I tell him both will fall at the same time. Physics faculty. Both will fall at the same time. No matter what is the size, no matter what is the weight, both will fall at the same time. So this is an answer. Now how does this happen? No, for this, I need at least 4 classes to explain. No? To explain this field of force, that is gravity. No? It will take around 4 or 3 classes for me. But if I'm without knowing what exactly I am trying to and what is the end result, no? I'll not be able to concentrate. So I tell him, see, I am trying to show you that two objects of different weights, when they are put from the top of the building, they come and fall at the same time. Now, this I'm going to give a justification. In the coming up 2-3 classes, we will see how I should solve that. This is Z to A. showing them the end result, and then starting the explanation. So this will arouse curiosity. How is that possible? Okay, I'm learning this concept. Now this is important. Let me we pull their attention. So that was another example. There are many more. Let me content mapping. Content mapping. I think any one of us have an idea about that. So say suppose you have the whole of the content in your mind, and it has uh, various subsections. You are not prepared with your PPT. You are into the classroom, so you can use that software is there. So we have possible. Mind Master is there. There are free versions of that. You can use that. Central topic you are going to put down, and then slowly as you are going to teach, you are going to show the subsection. I'll show you one sample. So you can see here we have a central objective. We started here, right? We are speaking about planning. We are speaking about creativity. We are speaking about benefits. We are speaking about collaboration and productivity. If I'm taking today's class in terms of planning, then in planning, what are the subsections? So maybe projects, goals, strategies. Again, in projects, again, you can have subsections. Like that, you can have an interactive session and you can build what and where you are taking them to. There is one software called as Mind Map. It's a free tool. You can just download it, and your subject, you can put it as a central topic, and you can show them online like how you are going to have the subsections, or you are going for the class for the first day. You can have the complete content being displayed. What are the subsections? Where do we stand? That also can be complete syllabus. Module 1, module 2, module 3, module 4, and module 5. In module 1, what do you cover? Subtopics. In submodule 1, what you cover. Like that, you can show them a overall summary of your subject, and every time you go, where do we stand in our subject? Now you can show them we have covered all this and we are in this point. Like that, there are many topics where you can use this. This part I'm telling you actually. This is one more thing. At the end of the class today, at the end of the class, what are the three things that you have gained? 3 to 1 it is called. This is one more. 2 things you will use in your classroom right away, and one thing you want to learn more about. Can we have that listing, please? Anyone? 3 things you gained in today's session. 2 things you will use in your classroom coming up, and one thing you want to learn more about. You can write it down, and 2 or 3 of the participants, the faculty, can, we will know. I'll give a scope for you to speak. Whatever I'm doing now, right now, I'm doing learner centric. Learner centric is going on. But OBE expects student centric, wherein you give an opportunity for the students or the participants or the faculty to speak. Now in our case, it is faculty. One or two of us can have 3 things you gained, 2 things you will use in your class right away, and 1 thing you want to learn more about. So this is 3 to 1.
And well, I would like to use 2 things in my classroom. That is the muddiest point one and TPS, think fair share. 2 things.
Ma'am, 3 things which I gained knowledge about flipped classroom, then TPS, think, pair, share, and also 3-minute review, which I will be using 2 of them, which I will be using in the classroom also. And I want to learn more about the variations of these things, like think TPS variation right pair. So I would like to know more about that. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Can go through. Think, pair, share. Think about your answer individually. Pair with a partner and discuss your answer. Share your answer to your partner's answer when called upon. So both of you should come down to one single answer, and then that answer should be presented. That is thinking. Write, pair, share. Write your answer individually. Pair with your partner and discuss your answers. And share your answers when called upon. So writing down also is happening. Just speaking is different. Writing down is different. Writing needs lot of thought process before you can frame the sentence exactly well. So formulate, share, listen, create. These are not the only things. Still, there are some more on this. Okay, formulate your answer to the question individually. Share your answer with your partner. Listen carefully to your partner's answer. Note the similarities and differences in your answer. Create a new answer that incorporates the best of these 2 ideas. Be prepared to present the answer if called up. You can add the faculty also into it. Say suppose we are adopting this activity in the class, but what if we don't get a satisfactory answer? The students don't shoot up with the right answer. Then again, you have to enter into the picture. Pairing up and sharing, you can add up to their pair and then say that we are getting a little deviated from the answer. Actually, this is what was the focus on. So you can give them that correction by pairing with that variation you can. Like that, it's all creativity, it's all innovative. I told you, wheel is what is being an invention. Then where do you use it? Car, bicycle, to create one platform, to play with it, right? To play with it. So many angles, that is innovation. Situation. Based on the situation, you are going to make a innovation using that. So these are all the names given to them. I told you the strategies which I adopt in the class, 3, 4. So that works out really awesome. So whenever my statement is not clear to the students, or whenever I feel that they are not listening to, that is the best strategy. Just a short time, for 1 minute, you read the definition. Later, we will have a reflection. So that works out really good.
which I'm adopting in the class. Teacher is the greatest innovator. We have it, right? Okay.
I don't know whether it is right, but this muddiest point seems to be a fairly common practice by all the teachers. But the term I have, it was supposed to be in the term of term, you know, that's
There's
something,
one more word of
there's one more.
one more word.
So, yeah, it seems to be a fancy term, but most of us use it. Is there any other way, or
One,
is there any proper method of going by it?
yes, yes.
So, what
But
is that?
we should be able to accept it. See, not all of us, when the student is telling that I did not follow you, directly he cannot tell that I did not follow you. So this is one way wherein I can catch up with the student and ask him uh, what you did not follow. So muddiest point, if he specifies about the major topic of the class, then you come to know that none of them has followed. If it's a small subsection that he is speaking about, so that, like she said, I want to know the variation. Only that variations can be shown. If she says, Madam, I did not catch things were shared, that means totally the concept, whatever I expect, is not clear. But we cannot ask the students, no, did you follow? When I ask this question in the class, did you follow? All of them will be silent because they don't have that dareness to say that nothing I followed. This is one means of collecting from them what is the muddiest point of the day. So out of the 6 subsections that I have covered, what is the muddiest point? One subsection somebody dares to tell, okay, this needs attention. I get the feedback. I should always take the feedback from the student so that I can reflect the back. Then I come to know that somewhere I'm going wrong with my teaching, and I should have a different angle or perspective in which I can teach. But that not all of us can do. Not all of us. One more word is there for that. Yeah, any question or anything that you want me to cover also you can. Yeah.
If you can connect some softwares which can, applications or online. Suppose we taught for half an hour or maybe 20 minutes. So last 5 minutes, if I can have like Kahoot and all we normally use. So if we can, have some interesting
tools.
games, something like that. So if you can show us some website, applications which can make more class.
I list out this tool can be used for this purpose.
Yeah.
Now all you need to do is explore it.
We
That's it.
can
There
explore.
are free versions, there are
Huh.
paid versions. You can explore.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
That's it.
I usually, yeah, storytelling is also one, but preferably for school level, not for college level. Madam? Hmm. Tell me. Oh. But basically, actually, yeah, social. Yeah, one small example you can tell me. One more question. Uh, what are the difficulties that we face? Maybe during assignment setting or your class preparation, maybe forming questions. What are the difficulties? Can you list out few? For that, we will look into the tool. Say if you are saying about no, quiz or questions to be framed for a particular topic, I'll just show you. Within 2 minutes, you can populate. If I'm trying to execute a program, no, for that you are having so many tools are there. If there is 20-page code, no, it populates within 2 minutes. So there is no need for you to sit and write the code, but you should be in a position to analyze the code and where exactly it fits. That knowledge you should have. So con- compulsory that you should be able to write it. Nowadays, it's not required. It gets populated. There are so many tools here. Now tell me the difficulties that you are facing during teaching learning. All those few things we will try to show the tools. Say I usually find it difficult for questions or say framing a timetable. I'm framing a timetable for IA, internal assessment, or maybe SEM, it comes from the university. But for internal assessment, I have to frame a timetable. That I face a difficulty. It takes some time, but that can be done within 2-3 seconds. You want to have a set of questions for the quiz, that can be done for this within 2-3 minutes. That can be done. Like that, what are the difficulties what are the challenges? Not difficult. What are the challenges that you are facing? Lack of time. It's not that you cannot do. Lack of time, you are not able to do. If you list it out, no, let us see how we can address it. Can
Ma'am, like we have CC1 and CC2 and CC3. So CC1 and CC3 is child uploads it. And they can upload according to the assignment, the project, or the research that has been given. Now that though even student who doesn't attend a class, they do it from home. That's not an issue. CC2 is in our control. It's up to us how we can design and do it. So, but then children, as you said, this is something good that we can get it done by students who are regularly coming. But a huge lot who doesn't come regularly, what can we do to, have that? Like, suppose we have some tools and all that, how to catch hold of those ones who don't come to the classroom, where a discussion point cannot happen. That is the challenge.
one
So we have to be after them. They may upload something, they may come a day, get an attendance, they may upload the third one also. But then the two still remains pending. So how can the teachers?
compulsory, even if they are not coming, you are forced to give marks for that.
No, no, no. We have to make. I mean, it's not like that. We are saying that they have to come. At least they should have some part of the attendance to give all the three pieces. But
But they come at the last minute, and
then
you
they
are
can-
compelled to give.
because they have get the attendance now. They're getting the attendance, so then they can upload. But
We'll
there's
address.
something like that. So what can be done to make them more participative?
Give them more challenging task.
No, but they to a simple task also they will not do, na. So how about that is so something wherein we are also satisfied ki he did not come, but somewhere he was part of one or two at least activities, and then we are giving them marks.
Final years are the ones we have the least attendance. Making making it very evident that they don't value that classroom learning.
I have the names of the students in my, I mean, 1, 4, 6, 7 members I have in my list. Even their parents' numbers also are in my list. I keep calling them, they are not in the base.
How to make a
So, like,
student value. That is the
active classes is one thing. And then constantly organizing some events of their job, like fit fest. Even if a student is absent from a month, if I am organizing fit fest, he will. So madam was asking if the student is not coming to the college, he is not having attendance. Uh, that is a common problem for all of us. All these activities is to keep the classroom vibrant. One thing. If he is not coming, he will not know what is happening in the class also. And maximum set of students nowadays, they are not focusing on their career. They just are having some time pass in the class. Few. So to how do I mold them is again the way in which they are, no? What is their interest. Try to organize some tech fest, something like that, and involve some technical events and non-technical events in that. Try to see that they are playing a major role. They are playing. Even add sports into that. I said no. I have some set of students in my list. Almost for 1 month they were absent. We announced this tech fest, and they we had three categories: technical, non-technical, and even sports. These fellows were good in sports. Mini cricket was their concept. They came down to ask me, give me the permission letter from principal, because I saw in the campus there is a there's one court in the campus. Full. I asked, is it not disturbed? We also had some foyer like that, but they wanted to organize it there. I said, why should I go and take the principal's permission? You are not to be seen in the class. They promised, you get this permission from next onwards, we are in the class. So I said, write that. I took the writing, and then I took the principal permission. We had that mini cricket in the campus. It was a hit, and after that they became so popular that they started coming to the class. It's not always, but some tricks like that which interest them. We should try to see that that is added. And one semester we have tech fest, one semester we have Mandara, that is college day. For that also again, events are there, many events which they can participate. Technical quiz, technical events, they cannot. But not technical, they can. So that pulls them. So we keep that date, maybe postpone it. So they are in the campus. We are trying all such things. Yeah. And when you are giving them assignments, one last question. When you are giving them assignments written, how do you grade them? So you give a set of 10 questions. It's a written assignment. 10 questions you're giving them. Each fellow writes a paragraph. You read everybody's paragraph and you finally give some grades. 10 marks, 15 marks, something like that. On what basis? Why is again different one. Written material is being submitted. Mm. Very good. You said fantastic. But how did you say it is fantastic? No. See, I'm giving one paper. Once no. I'm giving one paper. I'm saying that I'm giving one assignment. One more fellow is giving one assignment. You say that fellow's assignment is fantastic. I'm asking you on what basis mine is not fantastic. Yeah. So this is this. So Do we frame some rules? Do we frame some rules that my expectation is so and so? Then I call it fantastic. So for that, I'll show in the afternoon session rubrics, how I should set the rubrics for assignment, how you have to bifurcate that part. Yes. Because all of us are doing the same. We just take with our knowledge, we judge the paper, whether it is good, fantastic, and what marks, no, only I know. But on what basis I gave, that parameters, I give nothing but the rubrics, madam. I'll just show you how you can populate the rubrics. Yeah, it could be presentation, it could be project, it could be assignment, it could be any written work, it could be presentation, anything. For anything, we set the rubrics. We can set the rubrics. The student knows in advance that these are the rubrics. If I meet this, I'm getting 2 marks. If I meet this, I'm getting 2 marks. Like that. That rubrics part we can discuss. So any more, challenging situations, if you can tell, we will try to address them in the form of some tools in the afternoon. Thanks. Hello. Can you good afternoon? Good work. Yeah. After is the last time able to properly my phone. Yeah. Sometimes when you hello, good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. I think heavy lunch. Lunch was good. Rajma, right? Sabzi, everything was really good. So very heavy lunch. Are you ready to listen now? Very difficult. Very difficult because after the lunch, 10 minutes, so I mean, to put you back into the games, no, it will take some time for me. Okay, anyways, let's let's start. Okay, now shall we start with? I'll just show you a tool wherein you can start generating. Makes your work easy. I asked you what are all the challenges. Not many were listed to me, but whatever I feel are challenges, no, one or two. Like if I want to generate a quiz, if I want to generate some data, if I want to generate data in bullet form or generate data in some table form, maybe create a timetable very quickly, such things. No, I'll just show it. Okay. First one, let us create. I'm using Merlin. Create a quiz. Okay. Okay. Tell me the topic that you want from your end. Whatever topic, we will create it. In which topic shall we create? Somebody is going to help me out? Huh? Whoever, no? Please come down, no? Come down. We'll have a set of questions generated, no? Maximum faculty in which stream you are here? Commerce. So one commerce faculty can come down to me. One person can help me. One commerce. No, no, you need not worry. Whatever you don't know, we'll populate it here. Just come and help me with the content. One commerce. Very good. Thank you, sir. Okay. So first, we'll announce the topic. Now, let me know this on what topic comes. Let me topic is national.
The topic would be national income. Income. Yes.
What?
Elementary questions, 15. 15 elementary questions. Sure. One mark each. Yeah. With four options. Five questions and then each for six questions.
Sir has given me a topic on national income, some elementary questions. 5 questions we wanted to populate, 1 mark each. with MCQ options with answers. This is what I have told. I want like this. So let us just say go. So you can see here within a fraction of seconds, you have the questions in front of you. So, what is the total value of the final goods and services produced in a country? You have better to-
First question, what is the total value of all final goods and services produced in a country during 1 year? Called. The options as stated by AI is gross national product. Number two, it's national wealth. C, national income. And D, personal income. So the perfect answer given by the tool is national income. Along with the questions, we have the answers also. Second question is, which of the following is not included in national income? Options are A, doctor service, B, sale of old car, C, production of wheat, and D, teacher salary. So the answer is sale of a old car, which is not included. So that is it. All.
So, right. Okay, anybody else want any other quiz to be generated? All five questions are right. Correct answer 1 mark, wrong answer 0, 4 to 5 marks you're going to get. So is it on your fingertips? Within 2-3 minutes, you can just use seconds. You can generate the quiz whatever you want to for your student. Okay. Do you want me to produce one more quiz on teaching, learning, pedagogy? Quiz on any one method that you want on flipped classroom? On flipped classroom? I have just said quiz on flipped classroom. 5 questions with MCQs. Let's see. So you can see here, in a flipped classroom model, when do students typically first engage with the new content? Is it during class with the teacher, before class through online videos, after class in study groups, during homework review sessions? When? Obviously, before. So before class through online videos are recorded. The answers are here, directly copied. Second one, what is the primary role of a teacher during class time in a flipped classroom? Is she delivering a lecture? Is she taking attendance? Is she facilitating activities and providing personalized support? Or is she showing educational videos? Answer is facilitating the activities and providing personal support. She is helping all the students. Which technology tool is not commonly used in flipped classroom implementation? Video lectures, online quizzes, traditional blackboard, or interactive learning platforms? Obviously, we are not using. Students learn at their own pace, whereas we do not use the traditional blackboard. Like that, we have 5 questions. So you can see there. And it gives you what are the characteristics also. So if you have some the written material, you can just take a flip of it. I mean, you can take a pic of it and you want it to be typed for you. That also comes fine. So let us prepare one timetable. The timetable I want you to prepare. Timetable. Okay. From 9 to 5 with, okay, 1 to 9:30, 9:30, Tell me the timing. 9:30 to 2:30. 2:35. Okay. Okay. And what classes? What are the classes you want to have? Subjects. How many hours? 50 minutes. Okay. We'll tell 50 minutes is the duration. 50 minutes. 50 minutes class duration. Four subjects. We want four subjects there. Subjects are some shortcut method. AP, AB, just recently you're telling, I thought maybe you're going to tell your subject in shortcut. Okay, ABC. Okay, one OP, comma, RN, PM, HARN. So we said four subjects, we have given the four subjects. Remaining maybe tutorial. Remaining tutorial. From Monday to Friday. Right? Anything else you want to add other than tutorial? You want to add something? 1 hour for sports? Okay. Four subjects. Do we have in that slot? Can we fit? Remaining tutorials, library, sports, and give break at what time you want? 11:30. Okay, 11:30. For okay, I did not find it. Break every day. Okay, at 11:30 for half an hour, for 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Okay, in table. Okay, so we are preparing a timetable from Monday to Friday. We want a break at 11:30. We want the timetable to start from 9:30 to 2:35. 50 minutes class duration, four subjects we want. We listed the subjects. If there are remaining, we want tutorials, library, sports, and so on. So let's see how it populates. So I hope you can see all of you. Nice. So this kills off most of our time. Whenever we are preparing a chart, we are timetables. Now we can quickly specify what I want. What I want should be specified. Everything will be populated within no time. Seconds. Okay. And what is OB? It is giving you, I did not specify, but it is giving the long form also. OB is organizational behavior, research methodology, project management. See, I did not mention also. So, but with the previous learning, it is even giving that. Notes, all that it is giving you and suggestion. What else you want to be added? That also it will ask. So, all that can be added. So, the more you are expecting a detail in the timetable, that can be specified. It will help us a lot. So, you want to see that again? So, all of you, shall we go to the next? So, here you have an option. If you are seeing here, this is here it says upload files and images. If you have any file, I was seeing in the morning session, madam was noting down, first madam. So she was writing it into the paper. As a HOD, she doesn't find time to type it out and preserve it. Written material is lost. But at least if you have something typed and we upload it, it is there. So all we can do is just take a pic of that. And if you are uploading it here, within a second, you get the typed version of that written material. So you have to upload the file here. Hope you are getting it. You want me to? Yes, yes. And we can generate the image also. Generate an image of the cat. White. White. So I just said generate a cat. This is of no use for us, but simply just for fun. Some network issue is there. Or I should take a pro version of it. Mm. Mhm. Yeah. It is paid version, but some network issue is there. Thanks, Anjali. Yes, I do it. Mm. Uh, And today's morning presentations, I had two slides, arts of teaching learning. That also was generated from this. This slide was generated from this particular. Even this slide also generated just by saying that I want you to generate a slide for me creatively with innovative teaching practices. And you can keep giving the details. I want you to reflect the think, pair, share. I want you to reflect flip the classroom. If you are mentioning, those icons will come up. No? Something relative icons it will create. New content will be generated. So innovative teaching, earlier I have asked, this was the slide. Now I have asked, this is the slide. So every time you can see here, it will create. Related to that, it is going to put the images and it is going to be this. So, but this is not for us. Like, I mean, only for slide generation we can do, but in teaching profession, I think timetable creation, quiz creation, and text summary. If you have any white paper, no? Or some content, let me do. Right. Okay, here I have just taken some content. Let me summarize that. Yes, 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 yes. How much details we are going to give, that many details will be reflected. Okay. Mm. Mm. Yeah, yeah, now that only I was trying to show. Mm. Maybe the content was PPT also ensure. So I had just given a crude way of doing it. See here, the way it has given. Neatly drafted. My earlier version was like this. See, my earlier version was like this, which was not clear, but content was there. The same content is being presented in this version. You can see. See the way it has listed. Interactive methods. It has categorized neatly. Direct instruction methods, interactive methods, experiential methods, modern approaches. And then again, it has given me in the form of tables. I hope all of you get it. So if you have some written content, that also can be converted to typed version. Other than this, what we can have here. Any other questions can be done? What you want? Some ideas. No, suddenly it doesn't pop up. You tell me if you can do, we'll do. Yes, sir. PPT is also we can. Yeah, for PPTs again, I have some more slides. Uh, uh, some more tools I have and show it to you there. And I'll show you one example of that. So this is my PPT. Today morning I had displayed, but I did not display it completely for you all. This is the way. Means I was putting into the content what I want to speak. See the way in which I have prepared it. This was all about behaviorism, constructivism, liberation. How I have put this invention. So innovative pedagogy. Are you happy with that slides? So simple. Only content is there. Now the same thing I had given it for one of the tool. I'll just show you here. That same complete PPT, I have given it to the AI tool. You see the way it has given me the presentation. Is it clear? Mm. So agenda for expert. Okay. Then guidelines for innovative teaching. Then exploring effective pedagogy. Understanding what is constructivism. What are the pedagogical approaches in education? Exploring innovative pedagogies. Enhancing learning through innovation. See this PPT, it has a graphic, but whatever I have prepared earlier, no, that is, yeah, that's I was trying to look into what is the content that I need to present. I'm focusing on that, so I have put all that content. Later, I gave that 64 slides were there. I have given that, and this is the outcome that I have got. This has a class look, like it. This I have used presentation AI. I'll show you those. There are many uh, uh, PPT AI tools. I'll show you. So my name is popping up there. You can have your own image also there. All that creativity can be done. If you are uploading your pic there, that also gets added into your presentation. Here, because I did not, I gave somebody else's pic. So this is the one. Today morning I populated this just to check whether what is the variation, and I wanted to show that as an example to you. This is your preparation and how final outcome, how you can present it to the audience. Anything else you want me to do? Or you can even ask, solve. Can you solve Shall we take binomial coefficient? Formula is known. You can do think pair share. Somebody who knows you can. So what's the answer? 5,3. Do we remember? Quickly you can Google it out also. Binomial coefficient. You have your smartphone. What's the binomial coefficient formula? It will give you the answer. And for 5,3, I'm asking it to solve for me. So NCR is the thing. N factorial by N minus R factorial into R factorial. I hope now we recall. So you can see it is giving me the complete NCR. And the answer is 10. Any other mathematical solution you want which you are familiar with and you want to see one sample? Anyone? One of you can help. I want you to calculate some analysis also, relationship. If she is so and so to so and so person, and that way question also you can ask. That also analysis, it will analyze and give us the answers. Blood relations. So anything, we come out with one question, no, we will type it here. What you want me to solve? So you are finding difficulty when you are teaching your students. But this will be useful. You want to get some solution to a mathematical problem. You want to come? What value? Hmm. We need to solve, solve. That's not difficult. All of us know we are square. That's 2 square. Correct? Square value of it. Or that's not difficult. Two variables. Variable. 3x and y. This is what it. So square has given me a solve. One. Okay, x and y value should be given. That's right. X is equal to 2, 3, 4. Okay. Y is which is I trust also by square. So it is. Once you have provided only values of x to calculate time for stress, you need what are all the teaching. So it will give us a guideline. Whatever I don't know, I can sit and learn. Only thing is you have to spend your time, ask the question wherever you have difficulty, put it down, get to know the answer, and then and it is analyzed for you also. This is the reasoning out. This is the reasoning out. This is where you are going wrong. You are where supposed to be. Because I was a layman for that particular one. We just gave it and by mistake I just lecture. So it is giving me guidelines saying that you need to provide why also. So and where you are going wrong. Everything is I hope that's with solving it will do, analysis it will do. You can summarize your text. If you have a written, it gets converted to text. Tables you can create. You have to create quick files, whatnot. That's why I'm asking you. Please let me know what have the problem so that you can. So if you can get some problem, look, you will try to check whether it's addressing it or not. Here we are having many tools here. Each one is addressing one. So here you have the research insights, make charts, analyze the data, okay, research is where, generate news, solve, like that. Solve. Maybe look at language. Solve. Solve. Any other example? What one or shall we close that there? Yes. Any other? Oh, this kind of, but okay. It specifically will be select category here. And uh, I'm doing the task. Please, you have to mention what are all the things that I want. It's like a baby. So I have to specify, see, I want to answer. This one. Please, a table for it. That's all. This all. Everything I have to mention. How you mention that very aptly you will get that. So I hope anything else? You want anything else? Those are presentations. Now, presentation, PPT presentation is when I'll say this. You just gives out again. When not only working in with it. The rest I will just show you. These are all the things exclusively for PPT, exclusively for writing up, and gaining the things. But we have exclusive presence. Or focus the point that the that what also think I gave the topic. It will be very good when you say that. So I just gave a topic here based on the tool, based on the bare minimum or a higher version. That will be there. So here I have today's presentation. Okay, this was from the chat GPT. So here I have asked innovative pedagogical practices. So there we have been searching. Yeah, yeah. So it is giving you with the classes what are the benefits. Very easy. Just one sentence. Today morning what I showed GPT was quite different. But what is the chat GPT giving me? Just one single line. Students learn new content at home and use the class times for interaction. Just a small minimum definition is give and it will tell what are the benefits and an example. That's it. Like that, the entire content will be given. This I have used ChatGPT to get the complete on this particular topic, what does it say? So I have just done it. So PGF is there, gamification is there. It will give you the list. But there content will be given to me. That's why content should be focused from our end. What is it that you want to present? What is it that you want to improve? If I just depend on the ChatGPT or this Claude or this Merlin, it will give me like this. You can do that experience. Just one line definitely give you. Flip the class also you are saying, give you just one line. So totally, I have ChatGPT now, it will prepare PPT for me. No, that way it will not work. It will give us bare minimum. This complete was generated by it. Gamification, I will just tell you the what I can say tool, but gamification I have not designed. Yeah, no. So that's what when I asked it to prepare a PPT for me, she's a very to prepare. One single definition, benefit, and an example. We are done. But what is the way I have shown you FC with the class? Totally, it was my idea. Like, what are all the things that I want to put into the there, what you can do, you can ask the tool to generate the PPT. One thing, you can ask the tool to take your content, okay, to take your contents and do the presentation, which I had shown you the other the PPT just now. Actually, I separated this way I got in detail. that there the content was mine and it is giving a good look. But if I ask you to completely prepare it for me, this is the way. So very bare, nominal content will be taken. So completely we cannot realize. We will get to know the game. Yeah, yeah. No, it is reliable. Reliable. Reliable, but to what extent? What is the depth in which you want to teach the students? Is in your hand. Techniques are there. To what level you want to teach your student? What is the curriculum certified for you? If it says 1.6, if a chapter says 1.1 to 1.10, your curriculum specifies 1.5 only. My curriculum says 1.10. What's the AI to give us? It will give us the bare minimum. It will give the bare minimum. It's up to you, like to what extent you want to add up. So you can prepare a bare, you can prepare a rough PPT with content. If it's not even PPT, you can just give a word also. In Word, you can type that word can be uploaded. It will give you easily under which category, what are the bullets to be added, how to bifurcate, what are the subsections. Even if you are missing out, it will add it. Like in timetable, we missed out saying that OT is on, so RM is on, but it has given us what it is. It will add and give. This was another example. That active learning and innovative difference. Difference between active learning strategies and innovative teaching. What does it emphasize? Active learning, how students are engaged. How am I engaging the students? Like since fair fail. Who is engaging the students? How am I engaging them? Gamification. How am I engaging the students? We'll be focusing on that aspect. When it comes to innovative thinking, it comes to my aspect. Like how am I planning to what strategy I'm going to adopt? How educators deliver. I have some content. How do I deliver that? What is my plan? What is my strategy? That focuses. Innovative means how I'm going to deliver the content. Active learning means how students are getting engaged. That's the basic. So here we have integrating technology and teaching. Actually, I had prepared a lot of content here. I'll just show you some of the tools. I have listed out here. You can make a note of this and you can explore. I'll not be running these, but I have just I'm giving you an information. If you are using Play.16 voice learning can be done. Exactly how I speak, like that it is going to continue. Voice learning can be done. Dali using Gemini and use image generation by giving text. If I am typing some text, I showed you already. Lot. Yeah, yeah. Yes. Not all are used for taking that. You can expert for fun. Like there are so many writers for creative writing. I told you for storytelling something on storytelling. But for films also we can have the drafting done here. It provides to that extent. Something says you can use for music generation. Even app upload app create. You have Google Copilot where you can generate the code. Exclusively you can generate the code. I show you one with the one who studied it. But there you have lot many options to work with. with the digital notebook, all that. You can have the working. So boards.new AI website. Anybody into AI website development? Anyone in this call? Website development? None of us have it. HTML, CSS. Who is having idea about that? HTML, CSS, and all. Using you have just have an idea about it. So how you have to give the tags and all so that I mean hundreds of lines of code if I have to generate the website. Within a fraction of second it will generate the website. If you are using this bolt.co, I just need to tell my website should appear background page. My website name should be so and so. I want so and so a menu, and in this menu I want the so and so. Like that, if you are just mentioning, immediately you get the web page. The web page says you in a fingertip if you are using this particular bolt.me. And CV pod and research rabbit used for research purposes, paper publication, paper writing, paper summarization, and you have DeepL Rice. It has 32 languages, wherein I can translate from one language to the other. That is there. Then Canva AI is there. This is one of the beautiful. I've seen we had the Canva earlier. Now we are having Canva AI, which is having so many additional features. I'm showing you. I have prepared on 50%. I'll say. And then we have things AI, which is your writing skills. If you have written something, you want to rewrite it, and you are not happy with the grammar, you can use this thing now. And then flag for checking the plagiarism. Those who are into research, if you want to check what is the plagiarism, first round you can go in with this tool. Otherwise, you have to go in with the paid version, targeting right check download. But for just for checking for the baseline, you can use with flag here. You have napkin here also gets visual from that text. So I'm just typing the text, you get a visual appearance. Yeah. And last but not the least, you have Gamma AI, you have Slide Maker, you have Presentation AI to create your graphics of PPT. And the one that I showed you in the previous now, that was the presentation here. Keywords. Here. Some 250 words like that I can upload it. And I will be given this is having a plagiarism up to 10%, 20%. That is again, it is linked up to the repository. So this lady up to 50% of the repository will be. First line when you are doing that, you can write it, turn it, you can write it, so then, but later, final step, you can go in the turn it. Correct. No, 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 no. It is in, what I think, it doesn't go to the repository. Whatever you're giving, it doesn't go to the repository. When you set whatever is in the repository, it will check with it and it will say so much. So yours is not getting updated. So there is no need to fear that when I'm again checking it, will I get the no, no, it doesn't go to the repository. Don't worry. It doesn't. So it is checked for you, it will certify. Good. Yeah. WJ has 20% lot of service. And I was both the cases and uploading the case whether you have it. You just check whether there is the document already existing and copied like. And if you bring the material, you have copies of what you do. That will getting updated. But your is not getting copied. Your is not getting copied. No. Because it is not getting recorded. It is not once you upload it somewhere into the next, then there are chances of having. If you are uploading it Then you get that thing, just very much. You can getting very much. So, when you they were in we're speaking about totally different topic now. That is assessment. In the morning we discussed right rubrics. Like if I'm giving an assignment and I'm asking for assessment, can we switch over from tools to that, or just I just show you one assessment and then one assignment. So one question to you. What they look familiar, right? They look familiar, but there is a lot of difference. Assessment is if I'm trying to do the class, take time this if I'm like to happen, I'm asking that two last two one, two last one. So the thing is, in table in any class, but it is not like there is no perfect one, but when it comes to one info, fine, I think kind of the class, you get a grade. That is, and for that college you have rather. But this one, for each one that time, whether it's trouble, any by giving assignment, by giving ideas, internal by activities program. Yeah, but every day just to process happen. Whether the students say them out, whether they have that is grade, total final outcome. Grades are going to get and has a that quickly will happen. So assessment is defined as a process of appraising something or someone that is an act of judging the quality, value, or importance. So you can take things such as I just listed only one or two here. All the things like criteria, assignment, all these can be listed here. All that will come under assessment. Only two I have listed, but very list you can take internal assessment, assignment, all that will come under it. So you see the definition of evaluation? Evaluation focuses on making a judgment. So finally, I will say this fellow is ranking first. This fellow has got 70%. He has scored 85%. So you make a judgment about that person and about the institute who is in charge of the person. Like evaluation focuses on making a judgment about values, numbers, or performance of someone or something. Okay, that's continuous. Continuous grading will be there. Okay, so here I have. In a nutshell, you can have the table there. Assessment is a process of collecting, reviewing, and using data for the purpose of improvement. I want the student improvement at every stage. So that is my concern. That is assessment. If it comes to evaluation, it's described as an act of passing judgment on the basis of set standards. So 80% is the distinction student. So that is the judgment I am going to pass. I am getting the 95.5. I'm giving the rank to that fellow from university. Like, so this is diagnostic, that is judgmental. This provides a feedback on performance and areas of improvement. Assessment I will be doing to check what level he is and how I can improve that fellow. And when it comes to evaluation, determines the extent to which objectives are achieved or not. I was trying to teach this fellow, is he able to get the things in a hit or no at the end of the day. That is judgment. That is how it. Whether my objectives are met, coding is met or no. Finally, results are what we are seeing. And so that is it. So purpose here is formative, here it is summative. Orientation is process oriented, this is product oriented. The college, for college, it is very, very important at what range the students are going on. How many distinctions we are having, how many classes we are having. So it is for the product. That means for your institution, what level of students are going out from your college, or what level of students are getting placed from your college. So product oriented. This is process oriented. It is for you. Assessment is for you. Is this fellow understanding or no? What else can I do? How can I bring the slow learner? How can I make the slow learner a fast learner? Or what else I can add to bring that fellow? What supports I can do, like remedial classes, tutorial classes? What can I support that slow learner and make him up to the mark? Like, so, know where he stands and what he can do to feedbacks are a must here. Okay, based on the observation and positive and negative point, we'll be able to uplift that level. Okay, based on the level of quality as per the setting standard. So set standard is, I hope you know, all of you are working on that and we'll be setting some standards. Based on that, we should achieve the outcome. Outcome. That's why both the countries are set by standard. I don't technically find many the end because paper I don't set it. But assessment I am setting it like assignment, whatever I set. So in a nutshell, you get some idea about what's the variation between assessment and here. So here I wanted to have level of performance, level graduation is performed to determine the difference with the goal. So aspect of the graduation from our end also, like in what aspect, 45% we are involved indirectly. Directly, the person is going to evaluate the paper and finally the grade. So, but if that objective has to be met, my assessment in the class should be at a higher level. But it is totally can be yeah, or there are more people using the coding. Without coding, you can do everything at your initial. I want the graph, pie chart, bar chart, uh, well shape, and then my cup of sugar. So, what is the percentage of students above this level, below this? Can you give me a graph? In this website, I did not, but I will write that detail. So here, I'll just show you one template. As in the morning, I was speaking about the rubric. So rubric which will decide the parameters based on which I can assess the student. I can assess the student or I can give the grade. So here I'm just showing you one rubric template for assignment. So it says I have 4 criteria here. I'll be concentrating on content. I'll be concentrating on organization, presentation, and critical thinking of the student. 4 criteria. If you are planning to change, you can have a variation in this criteria. What is it that you are looking for in the assignment from your end? This is not fixed. This is by default, it comes like this. You can have your own rubrics framed. And then for this, you are having in the horizontal like excellent 4 points, good 3 points, satisfactory 2 points, needs improvement 1 point. So we are mentioning 4 levels. Next, I'm saying if at all you have to get 4 points scored from my end for the content for you, what is it that I'm expecting there? So you can see here complete accurate information with exceptional detail and examples. So then I'm giving 4 out of 4. Mostly complete and accurate with good details. Example is missing. Next one, you can say basic information. I showed you 2 PPTs. I showed you one bare minimum PPT for pedagogical practices. And also I have shown you one more in the morning. That is my flipped class. You have seen the variation. So he's asking, have the student just given, he has just copied from somewhere, or he has given a bare minimum information. So you can see satisfactory because he has at least given the assignment to me. So you can see here basic information present, but lacks some details and has minor errors. Then I'm giving him 2 points. Incomplete information, I'm giving him 1 point. But he has submitted something. He asked to give it to me. He has submitted to me. So the information is totally very poor. So how do I judge fantastic? Is this way. Content is there, examples are there. Still, what else you want, that can be added from your end. Some images you want to add, that is all your plan. If all these are there, I will give you 4 out of 4. If without examples you are writing, you write, you submit. I'm giving you 3 marks. Your content itself is very poor. I'll give you 2 marks. Incomplete content is there. I'll give you 1 mark. So this is how. Now somebody comes asking me, how come you have given 4 marks for that fellow and you have given 3 marks for this fellow? Before I can announce the marks in the class, I speak about the scheme. I tell, I have given you marks based on the scheme. For this particular question, I have bifurcated into 3 sections. First section, I'm giving 1 mark. Second section, I'm giving 2 marks. Third section, I'm giving 3 marks. So I mentioned to him. So if he has touched upon all the 3 and perfectly, you are getting out of out. Some part of the question is missing. I'm not going to give him marks. So if he comes and says, ma'am, I've written 3 pages for you. Why didn't you give me marks? You're doing partiality. No partiality. My scheme is being specified in advance. I'm saying that the first bifurcation, define, is 1 mark. So again, it goes on Bloom's taxonomy levels. Understanding that we have that level 1, level 2. So if it is defined, I'm going to give 1 mark. It's understood. By now, the student should know that whenever I'm giving a question, define, probably I'm going to allocate 1 mark for that. And if he writes one full page for me saying that I wrote 1 page, no. Definition has 1 mark. You are writing it in 2 lines or you are writing it in 1 page. It doesn't matter to me. My scheme says definition. Definition can be written in 2 marks, 2 lines. And 1 mark is what is the allocation according to the scheme. So I set the scheme, I specify the scheme, and then I'm doing the correction. So that is the rubric. So that is for your IA, and that is for your SEM exam. So IA is intermediate, 1, 2, 3. We have internal assessment quality. For that I'm specifying the scheme. But what about assignments? What about seminars? What about project? All these are there. So many other activities. For that, how do you judge? So you create one rubric and leave. Say you are speaking about project. How do I give a judgment that this is the best project in the classroom? So first only I have to decide the rubrics, saying that this project you should have presented in a conference. I'm giving you 5 marks. If it is presented in a journal, plus 10 marks. If you are say maybe if it is a product based, maybe 5 marks. If it is useful to the public, maybe another 2 marks. This is the criteria set by me. Once you are looking into the projects. If all these categories fit into, I am giving out of it. Otherwise, I'll give him. He cannot question me. I'm cutting the marks. No journal, 10 marks cut. No IEEE conference, 5 marks. Marks can be cut, or judgment to say that it is the best project can also be taken decisions on such. Now, how can we say that out of the 50 projects, this project only is the best? So I have to set some rubrics saying that if he has presented in a conference, if he has presented it in a journal, no, if he gets a best paper, no, like that, I keep on, my expectations will be set high. So based on that, if the student is able to meet, I categorize that fellow as a best project. Else, no. But marks also, again, you can have the repeat. Okay. So I was speaking about the content, like that organization of the content, presentation of the content, critical thinking on the content, everything can be taken into account. Now, so ma'am, we are new to this. How do we set the rubrics? Again, you can take the help of your tools. Let us see. I just a day before I created this rubric so that I can show it to you all. A template. And one more part of that, wait once. So it will give you scoring guide, point calculation. See here, total available points is 16, 4 criteria. 4 into 4, what is the total score he is going to get? So if it is between 15 and 16, he is going to get A grade. If you want to categorize under grades, now again it is giving us grade chart. Now how to use this rubric? One more, see, calculation part, everything. 3 points, organization 4 points, and what is it that the student gets? Is it A grade, B grade, C grade? If you are further giving, I want little more added information to this rubric. No? In the second one, I said I want a grade sheet for the student also. So it gave me an additional sheet. Quickly, it has printed for me. I mentioned that I want a grade sheet also. So it gave me a grade sheet saying that you can have your student name here, date and class, assignment section, everything. All that is being given. And it is giving me the format also. I just need to take a printout, just put the marks there and finish it off. So that's how my task is made easy. So overall strengths. So you can see here, it has populated the whole list also. I mean, the attendance is not populated because I did not give the student list here. Otherwise, the student list also would have been displayed here. That can be added from there. So this rubric you can create. We'll just create it now. Any other criteria you want to mention? I want to create a rubric for best project. Okay, let us see how it is. Uh, Yes, got it. Right, totally got it. So he has, mine is having some network issue. Well has calculated. Uh, we have given understanding of research paradigm 10%, clarity of research questions and objectives 10%. Okay, provide me effective criteria for evaluating project student presentation and research methodology. So again, let's we are this and there's no research. And sometimes we have the clarity. So this is the figure out the factors here of criteria, saying understanding of the research program, 10%, clarity of research questions and objectives, 10%, literature info and the character work, 6%, methodology and approximation, 50%, research design is 10%, presentation and communication, 10%, organization, 10%, clarity on methods, 10%, 15%, use of GFA, 5%, English 10, and question and answer checking, 10%. So, which is the average student? You want a question answer session from profile, then always make a thing. That out of then you can make the same here and you can add one or two, delete one or two. The labels is there with us. So ultimately we can make the thing as we plan for our stuff. Okay. Okay, so you have it populated there. I don't come up with that populated. Have we done too much of content? Can we have? No. Too much of content was that useful? And if do you have now something is popping up in your mind is like I have this difficulty, can you handle it? No. In the morning I asked you, I did not open up. Now any more difficulties which can be putting with the where will you had it? That also a tip. Actually, I populated this in morning. Someone did and we can make a test saying that I want you to say with so and so one. Yeah, yeah. Good. See here, this part is giving excellent 4, 3, 2, and 1. This also below the mentioned. If you are getting in between this range, it is 90 to 130, 8 grade. It is also 13 to 14, 80 to 89%, 3. 11 to 12, 70 to 79, 3. Like that, we have given the grade figure. Only if I'm giving 4 plus 4 plus 4, 15, so what is it? How do I grade it? That also it gives the clarity. So you want to have some changes here, you can make it. If most of your students are scoring around the 15 to 16 A grade, if most of your students are scoring 14, so you want to give them A grade. If it's in this 14 to 16, I will give it as A grade. That changes can be done by us as depending on the scenario in the classroom situations. We can make that small changes from our end. Okay. You want them only to hmm, assessments we can do. Quiz, Google Forms, like Madam is. That can be done. But evaluation, endpoint, term and exam. Uh, uh, only for assessment. Automatic means only Google Form. Automatically MCQs that gets. But descriptive one is I have to check. I did not check that. This otherwise there's no need of us no to evaluate the assignment exam. No, no. So if at all the tool is there, They will keep us away. Now there are so many So any other questions? Here, still this was extended. So complete, it has given me this. I have populated this with coming just to show, ma'am had given an idea. In France, I just asked about the evaluation process, assessment process. One said you can convey this. So I sat in the morning and I have populated so that I can just show it to you how we can do it. Mm. I have listed out the tools for you, which you can explore. Uh, one or two tools also I will show. I have asked my students in a seminar session, this is what I want. They have to give the presentation. I said, he is good at Canva. So I said, why don't you prepare on Canva and present it to the students? So it was very simple, but still, he was not that good at presentation. So his communication skills are very low. So see the way he has prepared the PPT. So when your communication skills are low, somewhere you have to have a highlight so that you can impress the audience. And he was presenting it, he is the 8th sem guy, he is presenting it to 4th sem guys. So in case, see now I have shown you, worked out in front of you and I have shown you. Sometimes it doesn't. See now, the rubric did not populate. It was suddenly sir has given me the populated one, I have shown it to you. What if there is no help and he is trying to present that, he becomes nervous. So what he has done is, what will happen, what all the things that this particular tool can do. Now he has well in advance populated it, took the pics, again added it to the slides. Like that he has prepared. So one total, what can Canva AI do? The way he has prepared. So hardly he had to speak words here and there. So only a small simple sentence was enough for him to convey the message to the entire audience. His communication was very low. But he he could manage the crowd. So I show the PPT prepared by him for y'all. Or something. So here, Mohammed Hussain, this is the 8th sem, currently in 8th sem for me. Okay. So on Canva AI. So Canva, this created a user-friendly platform that makes graphic design easy for everyone, even if you are not a professional designer. So even if you are not a professional designer, you can do a lot of designing there. Lot of things that can be done. Earlier, we used to do posters, banners, no? But again, AI added into Canva is covering a lot more features. So what are all the things that it can do? Earlier, Canva, I can say poster, banner, slides, that much only it was limited. But with AI added to Canva, you can have a magic write, you can have magic edit, you can sketch to image. Simply if you are just drawing in your handbook, picture of a cat or rat or whatever, and you just give it, you get an image out of it, like that. Sketch to image. Just whatever you do, no 2D, it becomes a 3D. So then AI animated videos, you can type the text. See, I can narrate the story. I want a small child going to a school with a bag on her shoulder, and then putting 3 4 little steps and dancing all the way from home to the school. Something like that. You narrate. No? Entire video comes down. Not like that. Video is generated. Whiteboard animations are there. AI face manipulator is there. Morning, I had shown you one PPT wherein I said that this is a technical, I mean, it's a beautiful presentation which I populated from presentation AI. There, somebody else's pick was there. You can have my pick, or you can take some celebrity's pick, and you can say you can just request for the celebrity, and that image gets uploaded. So AI people making, you can create people. As I said, celebrities, you can create them. 3D art generation can be done. Photo refinement can be done. In AI QR, no QR code, no some designings can be done with the QR code also, like that. These are all the things I can do. First page speaks everything. Now let's see what he has done for the next. Okay. So magic write, how you can begin, where you can begin, how you can write, and how the text is generated. I want a story for so and so. That story is generated like this. So where you have to click, how you have to write, how it will be populated, he is trying to mention. Magic edit. There was a train here that was edited by him. Like you had both the pictures actually here. He is missing out with that. Earlier pick, there was a train there. Now he has removed that. So sketch to image, you can use this, okay? Sketch to life, upload, and it transforms into an image. I told you, no, cat, rat, whatever. Simply you do a 2D and it becomes a 3D. So an animated, I told you, no, any celebrities can be picked up and you can create an animated video like that. It generates AI avatars for engaging presentations as though they are giving the presentations like that. Whiteboard animations. Quickly turns your artwork into animated videos. Even if you are drawing something, that also can be created into videos. Content, that also can be created into videos. Sure. Okay. If you are having some black and white pics, that can be, I mean, you can give a color. You can add color to that pics. That also can be done in your Canva AI. So he is written there, brings old photos to life with natural colors. QR code, I said, you can do a lot of designings with QR code. Some issues here. Okay. QR code generator. You can create your own QR codes. Type a short prompt and AI instantly will create an animated image too. that you had done it with the slides in the morning. That was all about the Canva AI. There are some more like lovable stock market, GitHub Copilot, many, many more. I have listed out that. All you need to do is explore the tools which you think are needed by you for your subject, for your presentations, and look it. Get your tasks easy. I think so, this Canva, yeah, there are beautiful which I have. Okay, and okay, only thing is, yeah, and I'm done. I thank management of BSS for giving me this opportunity to present uh, today, and I thank principal sir and main person who otherwise I wouldn't have been here. Leela Simon ma'am, almost we are associated with GAP from past 4 5 years, and she is a motivator for me. She forced me. I usually don't travel. When it was online presentations, I used to do that. But this is just a part of our work. We work on technical aspects. So this is how to make the technical aspect easy. You know? We don't work on it actually. We work more concentrate on code generation, and all such things. So that is where our focus is. But this is my passion. Being in this profession from 27 years, when I enter the classroom, there should be vibration. If I'm delivering the content, the student should not move his head. The focus should be on me. He should grasp, he should learn from the day, and uh, he should remember. And ultimately, uh, he should be able to come out with good results. All these run in my mind, and God's grace, so far, I have good set of students. But even if I should tell you one sample, there are 3 sections. If somebody says that C section is very naughty fellows and lot of trouble and they are just hopeless, useless, no, I usually pick that class and go for the class. The reason is what is it that they are doing? Why is it there is so much complaint? And I don't listen to the third person. I myself go and get a clarity on what is happening. And as though I'm seeing them for the first time, I don't take the inputs from the others. But trust me, even that hopeless class, worst class, no, so many comments, no, I took it as a challenge and I went for those classes. But they were the lovely students, I should tell. I never had any problem. That is a little bit of God's grace with me. Uh, I wish you all also go to the class. And when you go in and come out, even if it is 1 or 2 hours, everybody should be engaged totally with you. They should not look into the time. That should be the way we should see that the students are listening to us. Thank you, and thank you, Leela Simon ma'am, very much, because I don't know the name of the principal sir, and I'm sorry for that. I thank principal sir, vice principal madam, management of BSS for giving me this opportunity to share small little content, whatever I had with me, to all the respected faculty. And this was a feast to me. 100 members. I think this will be the first. Probably he, I don't expect so many faculty sitting. No, it's a real feast. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of the entire BSSS College, we thank you for sharing your vast experience so generously. May I now request Dr. Smita Pillai, ma'am, HOD, Department of Management, to join us and felicitate ma'am, Dr. Sai Martin. Thank you, ma'am. I request all the faculty members to fill the feedback form. The link is shared that was same that was shared yesterday. Please select the resource for future. Thank you. Now I request Lavanya ma'am and Swamiji sir to continue with the next session.
Do we need a break? We do? All right. Put your phones down. ठीक है. That's very important. Please go ahead. Your 2 minutes are up. और चाहिए? Want a break or need a break? That's the difference. Need a break. I'll give you all a break after this small exercise that we are going to do now. Put your phones away. I want all of you to spell silk for me. What is the spelling of silk? All of you together. A little faster. Again. Once more. Together, sir. One more. What does the cow drink? Since when cows have started drinking milk? It gives milk. It doesn't drink milk. But why did you come up with that cows drink milk wala theory? I didn't say calf. I said cow. Why did this happen? Because just before milk, we were talking about silk, and when you immediately understood cow, your brain was fast enough to process the information. Look at the speed with which it processed the information. We talked about silk. She's asking about cow. Something that is related to cow is milk. So बीच का sentence गया भाड़ में cow or milk. That is the strength of your mind, right? Now there are two things that we could do. I'll quickly finish time management piece and I'll give you a break and then come back and talk about the technology piece. Or even if I give break now, I don't think your tea is ready. Is chai ready? नहीं है ना? हाँ सर, चाय को देखने बहाने आप मत जाओ, आ जाओ इधर क्लास में वापस. You come back. Whenever we say our snacks ready, he's the first one to go. You all wait, I'll check and come. That is an example of a kinesthetic learner. He is not allowing, Okay. So I'll quickly speak very little in a very brief manner because we all understand the importance of time in a classroom. So I'll just emphasize on the pointers that we need. Now, before I move on to the time management piece, I have 4 tasks to do. Help me which tasks to be categorized as important, as urgent. Okay. At the end of the session, I'm expected to draft a report and send it back to your principal or the chairman or the director. I have to make a report, draft a report and send it to your boss. Okay. Second, I also have a kid who wants me to drop him at a music class. All right. Third task that I have, my husband requested that I bake a chocolate cake for him. And morning, that was the reason why I was asking him, do you bake any cake? He said, yeah, there are good videos available. So I draw inspiration. And I'm planning to make a chocolate cake. Fourth one, I'm down with a terrible flu and a cold. My nose is literally running. I'm very fond of pink color. That's my favorite color. But I don't have a pink handkerchief in my cupboard or a wardrobe. So I want to go and buy. These are the 4 tasks that I have. Now tell me which is urgent of all of this. हाँ? आप लोग ना एलकेजी के बच्चे APPLE बोले तो एप्पल ऐसे नहीं. One after the other. You put your hand up and tell me I'm going to answer this in series. Who is going to go? Yes, sir. Yeah, exactly. So I should go and buy my pink handkerchief. No? Somebody says no. Why? Any kerchief should do. But pink is my favorite color. Huh? Okay, she says any color would do and should do. Forget pink. Okay, I forgot pink. What next? Don't ask me to forget my husband. ठीक है ना? I can't let somebody live so happily without me, man. वो sadistic nature आ जाता है. I have 3 more tasks. First one is what? My kid. My Jan. That should be my first priority. Submit the report first. Mental peace मिल जाता. Correct. Okay, now this is nice. Somebody said send report, get your mental peace, and then bake the cake in peace. Cake with I understand you're speaking out of experience, your rich experience. He will bake and he will eat. Cake भी गया, बच्चा भी गया, report भी गया. Isn't it? When I'm multitasking, according to sir, what he says is you bake the cake, you put the cake in the oven. In the meantime, you make your husband, let the husband make cake. I make a report and then go and pick up the kid. Now look at this. I have 4 tasks and I asked you all very clearly, put them into important and urgent. Out of these 4, what are those tasks that are really, really urgent? Something Swadri? Yes, urgency differs. Okay. Now, out of these four tasks, listen to me, guys. Out of these four, what are the things that only I can do? Report writing or update sending is something that only I can do, right? I'll come to that. I also have a runny nose. I'll come to that. But report writing is something that only I can do, right? Now, out of these four, is there something that I can delay? I can get it from outside, or I can say, घर का ही मुर्गा है, he can wait. कहीं नहीं जाने वाला है. संडे बना देंगे, नहीं संडे नहीं बना, अगले महीने भी नहीं बना, अगले साल कर देंगे, मगर करेंगे. Can I delay? Yes or no? What is something that I could delegate? As sir rightly pointed out, he proudly stood up and said, men are very understanding. I agree with you. That's why I'll send my husband to drop the kid. Yeah, music class में drop करने के लिए ऊपर से drop नहीं कर रही हूँ, इधर से drop कर रही हूँ. ठीक है? So एक do, delay, delegate हो गया. Now what is the task that I could dump? A task of going to the market to buy a pink handkerchief can be dropped and dumped. Why are you so obsessed with husband, sir? क्या है? आप चाय लेके आओ, हम दोनों चाय पे चर्चा करेंगे. He's newly married. That answers all the questions revolving around husband. So see, people, just pay attention for a couple of more minutes. How many tasks did I initially have on my to-do list? How many do I have now? Agree? As teachers, we should know what's my priority. How many of you have read the book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People? एक टाइम हुआ करता था जहां पे हर किसी को ये बुक गिफ्ट में देते थे, राइट? गिफ्ट में लेके शोकेस में रखना अच्छा लगता है, बुक रैक में. So he uses a very beautiful sentence. This book is written by Stephen Covey, by the way. He uses a very beautiful sentence. What do we do? Schedule your priorities or prioritize your schedules? Which one is it? First one says, prioritize your schedules. What does that mean? उसको prioritize करो. Schedule जो है उसको important बनाओ आप. That's one. The second one he says, schedule your priorities. What did I do? When I listed 4 tasks, I prioritized my schedule. And when I do that, I don't have a mental peace. Because I'm not able to balance my personal relationship. I'm not able to balance my professional relationship. I'm not able to balance my own personal health. Agree? But when I'm scheduling them, I'm able to focus on one task and deliver 100% results. Agree? As teachers, we have 70% of teaching or 30% of administrative work. Forgive me if I'm, just jumbling the numbers. This is just for the sake of discussion. Please don't put your hand up and tell me in my specialization there is 80% administration work and 20% of teaching. I'm just making these numbers up, okay? So whatever we do, we have an additional task to be done and delivered all the time. It's not only you standing in the class and teaching, right? It's also about how much you prepare. It's also about what kind of material would you use. It's also about from where do you get the sourcing. It's also about where do you do the research, when do you perform the research. You may have, you may not have time, correct? So how would you prioritize them? Think about things. When you say or when you make a list, how many of you make a list? आज मुझे ये करना है. कब करते हो आप? Morning. How many of you again strike off the list the things that you do? लिस्ट बनाते हैं, सामने चिपकाते हैं, उसके बाद बनाते हैं. बार बार देख के क्या होता है? स्ट्रेस बढ़ जाता है. There are 7 more tasks to achieve. There are 8 more tasks to achieve. ये होता है ना. हाँ, लिस्ट ऐसे ही रिमाइंड करता रहता है. मेरा लिस्ट तो हैव यू वॉच दिस मूवी स्त्री? वो स्त्री कल आना, वैसा भी वो टास्क कल आना मेरा. So use a simple thing, divide your tasks into 4. Do, delay, delegate, and dump. Most of us, we cannot delegate things. Why? Delegation is what? किसी और को देना. हम देना ही नहीं चाहते. Have you ever thought if there are 5 people or 6 people in the same department, you can actually share your workload? ये सेमेस्टर के रिपोर्ट आप करो और दूसरे सेमेस्टर का रिपोर्ट मैं करता हूँ. कुछ झोलझाल करते हो आप प्लीज. Awesome. So start doing that. And if you want to have a clear time management in your classroom, how many of you could proudly tell me, I design a lesson plan and I stick to the time? If I say, I'm going to use 5 minutes for the introduction of this concept, I'm going to use only 5 minutes. How many of you would say that? We don't, right? And when we don't do it, मेरा definition or मेरा introduction late हो गया. And also, sometimes we get carried away by the questions that a student asks, right? One day I was delivering a lecture in a classroom of the architectural marvels of India or international architectural marvels of blah, blah, blah. So I was talking about Taj Mahal and one student conveniently hijacked my talk. We ended, the conversation should have been about Taj Mahal and why it is such a beauty. We ended up acid rains and the cause and what we need to do. Because one person asked a question, there is beautiful monument that has been built, but because of acid rain, yes, it's getting discolored. From there, it went on to what do we do to stop this? How should I be a part of it? Where do we end it? It triggered a chain reaction, and somehow from an architectural class, we went to a physics, chemistry, or environmental science class. This happens in our classroom. A good teacher, an effective teacher would know when to bring the class back onto the track. Even if somebody is asking you a diverting question, you would just simply say, thank you so much. That's a beautiful question. But now is not the time to discuss that. If you're still interested, we'll talk after the class. Or if you don't want to have that conversation after the class, you can always push it back and say, awesome observation. Why don't you find the answer and get it today? हो गया ना? He or she will think that, okay, my teacher has acknowledged my question. You're not spending time in researching answer to him or her, but then you have very cleverly manipulated the situation and making or telling him that you do the research and tell me. For that 1 minute, I'll feel I'm empowered. That my teacher empowered me to go and do the research, and that makes him responsible. He or she will go, do the research, and he'll come back to you with an excitement to give his research. Agree? Now you can say, Lavanya, instead of going through all of this painful process, why don't I just answer the damn question? You can. You can. But once you start it, it becomes a practice. So be very mindful of your diversions that you have. Next is use timers and visual schedules. How do you check your time in the class? सिंपल सा सवाल है भाई. हाँ तो कैसे कैसे ऐसे 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 या दीवार पे. Okay. Now in your classroom you should have visual clues. What are these visual clues? Now body language of the students is when they yawn and they say ho gaya mera, and they put off this drowsy face, meaning that lecture is not going according to the way you planned. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your time checkers. You want to have a watch? Please go ahead. But then use your watch not only to check the time, but to also check your engagement and interaction in the class. If you are using your watch to check the time, please use it in such a way that I'm going to use only 10 minutes to talk about this topic. After that, I'm going to assign the work to my student. I'm going to use only 15 minutes to explain this topic. The rest of the 20 minutes, I'm going to ask my students to work. I'll tell you what exactly and how you can make them to work. Morning, I gave 4 questions. How many of you found answers? And how have you found answers? Sir. Okay, okay. क्या है? Answer बोले. You wrote down the answers.
Your first question was why human relationships are failing. So, as per my understanding and whatever I have searched, the point which I have noted down, the first one is communication breakdown between the parties involved, lack of trust and understanding. Then, lack of shared interest also leads to this, and unrealistic expectations. When they don't fulfill, you tend to lose your communication. External pressures like financial, work pressure, family issues are there. Power imbalances, lack of effort from both the sides in maintaining the relationships. And lastly, lack of acknowledgement and appreciation towards the effort of each other.
Thank you. Second question. What was the second question? Also, has anybody got an answer to that? किसी ने गूगल माता से पूछा, माता ने कुछ जवाब दिया? आपने फिर से पूछा? ओके.
21st century learners are those who born after 2000s. So they are from 2000 up till this age. They are well versed of digital tools and how to use them. So these are 21st century learners. They are much more knowledgeable in the sense that they know how to access the resources, but they don't know what is right, what is wrong. For that, we have to guide them. And they are digitally very well versed, digital natives, we can say. They are globally connected, socially very active, collaborative, creative in a sense that they tend to work independently, but they are very self-directed and resilient also in a way. So these are all characteristics of 21st century learners. So we can include millennials, we can include Gen Zs, we can include Gen Alpha also here.
What was the third question? Okay, I think you spoke at length. What was the last question? Huh? What are the top 3 things or 4 things? So what do you think are the top 3 things that students crave in a class? Attention seekers. Okay. They need a real life connection. Okay. The top most thing that your learners crave in a classroom is respect. The first thing that everybody or anybody would want is respect. If somebody tells you or somebody tells us that they love us, what is the foundation of that love? Respect. If I cannot respect the person, I can't love them enough. Yes or no? Agree? That is the first step. After respect, what comes next? Trust. The trust I have upon that person. Agree? Once I have these two, love automatically comes. Yes or no? Now, when I say we don't respect our learners enough, what do I mean? Exactly. I'm not talking about the verbal respect that we show to each other. Aaye, pehle aap. I'm not talking about that. The respect comes when you respect somebody. What do you do? They're speaking something. What do? You listen. You don't just hear. You listen. There is a difference between hearing and listening, right? If I respect you enough and you are speaking to me, I pause everything and I pay attention, 100% undivided attention for that one particular moment. Yes or no? Now, how many of us have got this time to do this undivided attention to individuals? We don't. That's the fact. We don't have time. But can I make an effort and a point that I listen to at least 5 people a day? Maybe it will take me a whole week to listen to my entire class, but can I make it a point that I listen to 5 people a day? And can I factor that down in my lesson planning? Engage with at least 5 students. Can I do that? Possible? Paying attention to 100 is not possible, but 5 people? Yes or no? And it's not necessary that 100 out of 100 would be speaking to you every day. Correct? What would be the second thing that they would ask you for? I'm somebody who would make 2-minute Maggi noodles and I wait next to the table for people to tell me, wow, yummy noodles. And even if they forget to tell me, I go and poke. How's the noodle? I mean, how has it come out? It's just Maggi noodles. Pani ubalo. It's just sachet डालो उसके बाद रोज बनाते हैं वो भी, हाँ? Then noodles डाल दो, हो गया ना? But even when I make that, I ensure to go and ask people, how has it come out? Exactly. Acknowledge that out of my busy schedule, I was able to take that 2-minute noodles बोलते 2 minutes में बनता नहीं है. Yes or no? So I took the 10 minutes out to make something for you. Acknowledge and appreciate the fact that I served it for you. So what your students would also crave is the same. Acknowledge the fact, irrespective of the conditions that they are coming to the class, irrespective of who they are and what they are. This is something that we normally fall a scapegoat of. Have you ever experienced a personal bias? A scapegoat? Have you experienced? आप जब क्लास में आप जब पढ़ते थे आपके साथ कोई बायस नहीं हुआ? कभी आपको ये फील नहीं हुआ कि maybe I'm not being treated equally with others? There is something called unconscious bias. I'll tell you an example of what an unconscious bias is. So I'm from down south, Hyderabad, south. So I went to Delhi, my very first trip to Delhi. And I called the cab driver in Hindi and I said, I'm waiting at so and so place. He asked me, I felt you are you're not from here. I said, yeah, I'm from Hyderabad. He said, then how come you're speaking Hindi? What's that? That's a general bias or an unconscious bias that he has that South Indians will not speak Hindi. Then I had to tell him, भाई हम तो नवाबी हिंदी बात करते हो, तुम तो चिल्लर हिंदी बात करते हो. I mean, have you heard Delhi वाला हिंदी? वो भाया जो बोलते हैं वो पता नहीं भैया है क्या है. So I told him, you are not speaking right Hindi, but we do. So that's the bias. People coming from a respective neighborhood. वो मोहल्ले के बच्चे इश रे बोलो मत. People coming from a particular background. Students coming from this background. They are all the same. They are all one and the same. That is a bias. And the other form of bias, one teacher tells the other one, there is a discussion in a staff room that happens. Do you know commerce third year का बच्ची जो लावण्य क्लास में क्या हल्ला करती रहती है? One teacher says this. The next teacher has put on a colored glass. When this teacher goes to the class, she looks at Lavanya with a mischievous child lens. This student is supposed to be mischievous. Even though I'm not mischievous, the teacher would continue to see me in the same lens. This is also called unconscious bias. I'm not biased, but I'm taking a transference of bias. There is cultural bias. Different variations. Psychologically, there are around 26 different kinds of biases that we exhibit. 26. Now keep that bias aside. Now when I give this task of finding answers to the questions, how many of you made an effort at least to go to the internet and search for answers? It could have been even for one question. Can I see those proud hands going up? Yes? Why did you do it? I'm not asking why did you go to internet to check for answers? Why did you make the effort of going and searching for the answer? Okay, because it was a task that has been given to you. And it was a stipulated timeline. Okay. None of you felt why is she asking an illogical question related to human relations and something related to students? What is that? Let me also see. And people who have went to internet to search, did you find at least any one concept? Okay, this looks a little surprising to me. Let me scroll through and see what it is. Did you find it about human relationships? You were also the same gentleman who said men are very understanding in the morning. Okay. Okay. So what happens? What am I doing here is I've ensured a smooth transition of activities. What did I just do? I flipped the class. I just ensured, I wish we had more time and I wish I really had given you good instructions and proper instructions. Had I asked you, 5 of you find the last 4 benches or 5 benches, find out the answer for question 1. This group find the answer for question 2. You find the answer for question 3. Similarly on this side, in the reverse. Question 1, question 2, question 3. Now tomorrow when we meet, I want you people to tell me what you have learned and what you have learned. And let's have an understanding or a comprehension exercise. What would that mean? This group will speak your answers, and this group will evaluate your answers and add anything that is more. My topic was to talk about human relationships and why they fail. Did I teach? Did I teach that subject? Did I define that human relationships, what human relationships are? Did I tell you how complex human relationships are? But you found the answer, right? Yes or no? So what did I do? I just saved good 40 minutes of my time. And how many of you know that most of the teachers, if they have a long teaching career, they have a throat problems. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at this. But people who speak more, they develop some sort of throat disorders. Do you know that you are the first folks to get affected with cold? आपके घर में सर्दी आपसे शुरू होती है. कभी नोटिस किया? Notice किया? You are the first one to get affected. And teachers, on a survey done, on a research done, it has been proved scientifically that teachers are the ones to lose their vocal cords very early because they put a lot of strain on. So what, by doing a flipped classroom activity in the class, what am I doing? I saved 30 minutes and I also saved my precious voice. Right? And how much time am I spending in giving tum baat karo, tum baat karo, tum baat karo? I'm not. Right? So what are you doing at this stage? From a teacher, you're moving away to be either a moderator or a facilitator. That's how you plan your activities. मैंने एक्टिविटी कब दिया था और उसका रिजल्ट कब एक्सपेक्ट कर रही हूँ? Afternoon. So if you were to give a flipped classroom situation, when would you give an activity? A day or two before. And when would you carry forward the transition of that activity? After a couple of days. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? So can we use a flipped classroom in a regular classroom setup? What you have also done through this flipped classroom is there is something called guided discovery. Now, what is this guided discovery? You give your students certain questions and you will also tell them which websites to visit. For this particular information, go and visit these websites. These websites have more information. And you will also tell them what exactly are you looking for. When you come back to the class next week, next morning, whenever it is, when you come back, talk about, sir, you found out about human relationships, correct? Now, how could we compare his observation into a teacher-student relationship? He says every relationship should be in a constant communication. Can that be implemented to teacher-student relationship? He also says it should be mutually respectful. Can that be brought in here? So you just ask a question, whatever the way that you want to form. You tell them what sites to visit. You tell them what questions to answer. You will also tell them whether you are debating, discussing, you're doing an activity or you're doing a role play, whichever one that you want to. You give instructions and then you sit back and relax. Once they come back, you just moderate the conversation. That is a guided discovery. Without your guidance, it becomes a flipped classroom. So we successfully learned two techniques. I wish we had more time and I would have given you more opportunity. Give me 1 second.
With the topics coming in after
What are the no, I'll take a pause here. We've learned about flipped classroom and guided discovery. Any questions on these two approaches? There is also something called project-based learning, and that project-based learning and how you could implement it more and how you could make it as a regular classroom teaching practice. Sam will be talking more about it. But for now, our tea break is at 4:30. For now, I'm going to give you all a quick activity. Shall we? Take notes of these questions. First one, who invented Bloom's taxonomy? I don't know, you tell me. ब्लूम का कुछ नाम है ना आगे पीछे? बेंजामिन, हाँ तो लिखो, आप लिखो. What are the levels of Bloom's taxonomy? When was it changed last time and who made the changes? अब बोलो. बस उतना ही आता. Third question is out of syllabus. When was Bloom's taxonomy reformed or made, or changes were made, and who made those changes? Okay. Whichever, son, you just write the question. Fourth one, is Bloom's taxonomy applicable for this generation of learners? Hey, research किए बिना कोई नो बोल रहा है. That's it. Now, if I ask you to find out an answer to these 4 questions, what would you do? Google माता या chat GPT पिता? Now, out of these 4 questions, what is the response of that 1 or 2 questions that you are not aware of? We all know the answer to the first question. What is that? Okay. What is the second question and its answer? Huh? What is the answer to the third question? In 2001 by? Why am I getting conflicted answers here? हाँ, तो कौन से साल में किया था? 2001 में किया था. और ब्लूम्स टैक्सोनॉमी अभी तक हम यूज कर सकते हैं? Can we use it even now? So out of these 4 questions, how many questions you had to rely upon your external resource that is called internet? 2 questions? Okay. When I gave you the third question and the fourth question, I'm sure you know the answers to the first and second, but when I gave you the question number 3 and 4, didn't it make you think like Bloom's taxonomy change hua tha? Yeah, maybe you were surprised either by the change or by the time or by whom it was changed. Correct? And now imagine if I were to, or if you were to take this class, Bloom's taxonomy and its impact on current education system. Where would you start this topic? Obviously, you will start who Mr. Bloom's was, and then you will bring up a chart of his 6 levels pyramid, and then you will tell all of your students what is understand, what is create, what is evaluate, what is remember, etc., etc., etc. And then you will talk about who was the other Anderson who changed it, and you will explain under what circumstances it has been changed, and then you will bring up a context of why it is still relevant to this era of education. Correct? To speak all of this, how long would you have taken? कोई number तो दो. You would have spoken at least for 10-15 minutes. And how much time did I take in dictating those 4 questions? Hannah? 2-3 minutes, right? That's how we should be able to work. Not hard work, smart work. But you should know when to use, for what concept to use, what kind of approach. When can I use a flipped classroom? When can I use a discovery method, or when can I use a guided discovery? One should be able to understand and differentiate and distinguish the situations in what we could use those. Now, Sam, we'll take a break now. After the break, Sam will walk you all through these different teaching approaches in detail. Okay? Any questions? Except चाय के साथ क्या मिलेगा? Oh, I'm sorry. Today is day 3, right? I was thinking it's day 1. Go on. Enjoy your chai, coffee, biscuits, or snacks. And let's meet at Sam 4:40 is okay? Huh? There. Hey, can we break? Huh. 4:40 ठीक है? 4:45. Sir, I'm giving a break 10 minutes early. जल्दी आएंगे तो जल्दी जाएंगे वापस. अभी तो बोला था. है ना? 4:20 है. Hello everybody, it's 4:35. 4:35. You want to leave at 5:30 or 5:35? What time you want to leave? 5:30, 5:35? This is called preparation. Yes. May I ask these beautiful girls to come back to their respective places? Women बोलते तो मारते सर, गर्ल्स बोलो तो आ गए देखो. Like, like, it's nice. Okay, so here we are talking a little and very briefly about outcome-based system of designing a lesson. What does the word outcome mean? Result, the consequence. Okay. So when we talk about outcome-based course design, what is the result that we are talking about? The shift in learning levels. How could you ensure that your every lesson is meeting that outcome mark or the benchmark you set every day? Every single time you teach something, you're reaching that or you're hitting that mark. How would you ensure? By assessments and evaluation. Setting rubrics and objectives and everything. All the content download that you had in the previous session, you're dumping it on me. And the worst part is that you thought I would not even recognize that. एक के बाद एक, all the keywords you guys are throwing on my face: assessments, evaluations, rubrics. Now, have you ever heard about back chaining? Back chaining. Let us say we have to be here in the session tomorrow at 9 o'clock. It's a must. Subeh, 9 o'clock. You have to be here. It's not an official announcement. It is for the sake of discussion, okay? In order for you to be here at 9, what time do you have to start at home? Huh? 8:30? Again, for the sake of conversation, 8:30. In order for you to leave your home at 8:30, by what time should you be ready? खाना हम बना रहे हैं तो 8 o'clock. अगर कोई और बना रहा है तो by 8:20. 8:29. Okay. So you will weigh in those options also, right? Let us assume कल का खाना आप बना रहे हो. If you are cooking tomorrow, what time should you be waking up? In order for you to wake up at 5, what time should you hit bed? In order for you to hit bed, what time should your dinner be over? फिर 6 को डिनर नहीं बोलते, सफर बोलते हैं. सो अगर
आपको
आपको
रात
रात
के
9
9 बजे
बजे
तक
तक
आपका
आपका
डिनर
डिनर
खत्म
खत्म करना है,
तो
तो
कितने
कितने
बजे
बजे
आपको
आपको
शाम
शाम
का
का खाना बनाना शुरू करना है?
7
7
बजे
बजे
आपको
आपको
खाना
खाना
शुरू
शुरू
करना
करना
है,
है,
यहाँ
यहाँ
से
से
कितने
कितने
बजे
बजे
रवाना
रवाना होना है? You see the back changing that we did? What did we do? Normally we say we design our lesson plans in such a way, मैं step 1 करूंगी तो step 2 में जाएंगे. Step 2 जाने के बाद step 3 में जाने के लिए ये सब कुछ करेंगे. But back chaining or reverse engineering is something that you put the result first, and then in order to achieve the result, what would you do?
result
We did a simple exercise of coming to be here at 9 o'clock. What should we do? Did it involve at least 10, 11 steps? Now imagine if your result or the outcome is at the end of this lesson, my students will be able to create something. वो create करने के लिए what is the level before create? Evaluate. Evaluate के बाद नीचे से analyze के बाद apply and that means your lesson plan should have these 5 stages, 5 stops. Now you understand the difference between just jotting down a lesson plan and creating it with an outcome. एक outcome जब आपको you want to achieve, and especially when you want to follow this backward design, you will have to draft your result first. What is it you want to achieve? And then you backchain it. Next, we have align objectives with activities and assessments. How do we do this? Align your objectives with activities and assignments or assessments. Now, we all just did that energizer. Remember silk and milk wala? Yes. Will you remember this activity for quite some time? Maybe for the next 3 months, next 6 months. You will remember that, right? So my objective of making my students remember something is accomplished. It's done. And I also had an objective to tell my students that the brain works meticulously. And I planned one activity. Was I able to achieve that outcome? Are my students now able to understand or at least differentiate between silk and milk? Cow drinking milk and cow giving milk? Yes or no? How much time did I spend? 1 minute, 2 minutes? I'm not saying use the same example. I'm saying how you could make small little activities but with a greater outcome. Now, Lavanya, where do I find this? ChatGPT. Go there. All you need to do is you will have to be very good at prompting. It will do whatever you want it to do. You will have to give your correct instructions. मुझे ये चाहिए. Have you ever experienced आपने बच्चों को बोला होगा बच्चा रेफ्रिजरेटर से 2 चिली लेके आना 2 मिर्चे लेके आना and your kid brings exactly 2 and then you tell थोड़ा ज्यादा ले आना था and the kid asks but you asked me to get 2. ChatGPT or any other additional sources AI is exactly like that. आप उसको जो बोलोगे वही करेगा, not one word more and one word less. So you will have to know what to prompt. Prompt it saying, see, I want to have it. आपको लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है. Now, Lavanya, don't ask us to break our heads to write a design lesson plan. I'm not asking that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying You should know how to give prompts. Design a lesson plan for me using these components, and this is what the end result I want. It will give you. Go through. You're not happy. Ask it to make changes wherever you want to make. It will make the changes and give it to you. Just implement the plan. ये easy है ना? ये अच्छा किया हम. Whoever has invented AI. The next thing is incorporate Bloom taxonomy. With the discussion that I had before we went for tea, I understood that we are all well versed with Bloom's taxonomy. And I'm extremely hopeful that we implement it in the classrooms. आपके assessments उसी पे evaluate करते होंगे. Okay. The last one, design for measurable outcomes. Now, how do I do this? Measurable outcomes. In semester 1, my students were not able to explain the difference between A and B. But in this semester, they are not only able to explain the difference, they are also able to replicate A or replicate B. That is the measurable result. For example, how many of you, I think most of us would relate to this. Has anybody sitting here started a weight loss plan? मेरा हर महीना शुरू होता है और 5 दिन के बाद खत्म हो जाता है. Explain हो तो मेरा I'm like 5 days मैं I pull it for 5 days. After that, खत्म. So what this common symptom that all the people like me who start the weight loss thing, what we have in common? Day 1 we start the weight loss. Day 2 we get onto the measuring scale. Day 1 I had eaten something healthy. On day 2 अब कुछ नहीं होता. अभी मुझे भी पता चल गया कुछ नहीं हो रहा है. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a result. I'm looking for an immediate result or an outcome on the day 2. By God's grace, let us say I dropped 2 kilos. Whatever the weight I am from, x minus 2. That should be seen and that should be shown. So that is how you will, where am I and what is the difference? And that delta should be your measure. What is delta? The difference. Sam, next slide, please. Okay, define essential skills and competencies. What is the difference between a skill and a competency? Competency. But can skills also be polished? I acquired something, but then can it be polished? Competency is the ability to do something. Simply put. For example, can I cook? I can. Competency. I can drive. Competency. Can I cook for 50 people? Different cuisines? I don't have the skill. Can I drive it 100 kilometers on highways and 20 kilometers in the city traffic? I don't have the skill. Maybe I can drive on highway, but I cannot I cannot maneuver the traffic in the city road. That's a skill. Competency is the ability that you have to do something, but skill is the level with which you perform a task. As in, correct. Skill is you have one thing, you're innate, but competency, you can build on what you already have. Correct. Yes. Next is ADDIE model. Have you heard about it? Have you heard about ADDIE? Not daddy, ADDIE. Just like Bloom's taxonomy for education, ADDIE model, this is Gita, Bible, Quran for instructional designing. Morning, somebody was asking, how do we design games? Gamification. So if somebody wants to have a gamified classroom, they should have an understanding about ADDIE model. What is this ADDIE model? We'll just learn about it in the next slide. Sir. ADDIE is analyze, design, develop, implement, and evaluate. For example, if I give you a task, build some training material or a course material on a topic of self-confidence, improving self-confidence among students. What would you do? Your task is build course material or a curriculum on improving self-confidence of students. What would you do? What would be the first step? Exactly. You will analyze the level of your student. If they are kids, your learning material is different. If they are young learners, their learning material is different. If they are adult learners, their learning material is different. So what would you analyze? Your target audience and the resources that you have. What kind of training material would you want to create? You want to create a video? You want to build a series of podcasts? You want to bring somebody for an interview? Or you want to roll it out as a classroom project? What exactly you would want to do? You would analyze that. And how would you roll this curriculum out? You will give them worksheets or you will put this video onto their LMS. You have your Moodles, right? You have your Moodle. You want to upload that video onto their Moodle and make it a compulsory video or compulsory course or a mandatory course that you call, or you want to have it as a subject teaching a part of this every day for 30 days, right? That's what you would analyze. Now, once you gather your data, you start developing it. If you said, let us say you chose podcast. For podcast, you will need more speakers, speaker dates, when are they free, will they be able to come or not? You have to take a lot of things into consideration. That is your design. And whatever you have put into design, you start developing. What is developing? Conducting the first interview with the speaker, making the edits, and then putting it aside. If you have 4 interviews planned, conducting all the 4 interviews. So that is what we call as develop. And then next we have is implement. Implementation is nothing but you tell people to go ahead and take the course. All right. And once you take the course, what is evaluation? Evaluation would be what is the efficacy of that course that you have introduced. You introduce that course to increase the self-confidence of your students. And once you rolled out this course, you should know whether the course is working or not, correct? How would you evaluate? By conducting some speaking competitions where the people who hesitated at the beginning are performing better now. Can I use it as one of the measuring scales? Yes, no, maybe. So that is an ADDIE model, right from analyzing to evaluating. It tells you what exactly needs to be done at every stage. Now, why would we need ADDIE model? Because there is a paradigm shift of teaching. Teaching is moving away from being a teacher, the center of the class, to just the facilitator of the learning. And in order for us to meet that requirement, it is very essential to ensure that we know ADDIE model. This could also be your homework. Go do research and come back. ठीक है? Sam. And how could you take help of technology? You have your LMS. Do you roll out your courses onto LMS? Or you just give the homework and material? You upload your resource material and. Okay, so you do have something that makes your life easy. Does LMS make your life easy? LMS. Okay. But it helps you a little. Okay. Okay. That helps you. And next we have how much of multimedia do we use? And what is multimedia? Images, videos, audios. Do we use all of those in the classroom? Okay, what stops us using technology? What stops us from using technology in the classroom? There are two things. One is a knowledge gap, and the other is a skill gap. Knowledge gap is something that I don't know how to bring in this technology to the classroom. I want to, but I don't know how to do it. Skill gap means I know how to use it, but I will not use it. Which one is it? Knowledge gap people, please put your hands up. Now, skill gap people, put your hands up. Now I know everybody's mind is turned off. Anything and everything that I'm seeing is a bouncer. ऐसे सर के ऊपर से इतने ऊंचाई से जा रहा है. Do you want me to wrap this up? Is it a heavy content download today? Yeah? But then will you promise to spend some time on this tomorrow? Liars. Okay. So I'm not going to drag it because there's no point in me talking about these things when everybody is zoned out. I'll just wrap it up with one thing. When you have time, please do go through ADDIE model. That's a real good approach for you to bring into the classrooms. People who say, my students don't listen to me at all. And I'm going to leave you all this question. All of you. Why should your students come to your class? Answer this question tomorrow. We'll begin the session with the answer to this question. Why should I come and sit for that 40 minutes in your class, not in the cafeteria? Why should I sit for that 40-50 minutes in your classroom, not with my girlfriend or boyfriend? That's good. सर आप फिर से उठ के बाहर जाने के लिए ये क्या है सर? हाँ मैंने आपकी बाय भी नहीं बोला सबसे पहले उठने सर
Grateful thanks to our resource person, Ms. Lavanya and Mr. Somijit, for sharing such interesting strategies with us. And thank you to all for your active participation. Have a wonderful evening. See you all tomorrow.